Hello, my name is Bodie. Here we are for the umpteenth time in the last dozen years, um, starting another attempt at streaming. I'm gonna go with it. This one's all about gaming, tabletop RPGs, world building, all of that. Maybe not even gaming. I'm just world building. My life has fallen apart, and this is just by way of introduction. I promise I won't go on about it. My life has, it's a lot has come unstuck in the last 5 years, let's say. Been some pretty big highs in that time. Been some pretty big lows as well, especially even just recently. So there's a pretty big part of me that's just saying, "Fuck it, let's run, let's go." Um, I have spent. I mean, I've had so many tests. I've been private streaming to zero people for for quite a while now, and I've had some public streams, but that's been playing video games. Don't get me wrong, it's addictive as hell, but it's also, no one wants to see a 40-year-old white guy sitting on his ass playing Borderlands, I don't think. I don't think anyone wants to see a 40-year-old white guy world building, but it is pretty much the only thing left to me. So anyway, I think by way of education and things like that, it's a very dubious skill set. I'll be the first to admit that. I know there's going to be certain people that are going to be like, "What have you got to teach me?" But I'm just going to do this for enjoyment. There's been so much going on that I want to. I just want to enjoy things. And I dare say, I mean, anyone who knows me knows that there will be whinging and stuff involved. This is, it's a great intro, isn't it? I'm going to be whinging. I'm at bottom, guys, whoever's watching this. So I'm just going to start and hope that something good happens. What the expression, don't wait until the iron's hot, make the iron hot by striking. Don't wait until the iron is hot to strike, make the iron hot by striking. That's kind of where I'm going with this. So I mean, you can see, I've sort of, I live in a warehouse essentially, but and I've got a lot of toys. I've got two massive bookcases here, full of things, full of toys. Oh, here we go. We've got AI zooming going on, which is fun. I might have to learn how to turn that off. But in the meantime, this will be a good. See if you. Yeah, there we go. It's the background of the signal. So like your hand, your palm. it's your palm enables an auto zoom. I'll turn that off, but yeah, it's predicated on the background. I'm using, because I put it in this nice little clear spot here. Anyway, I know this is rough as guts, but here we are. Also, might want to get rid of. I wouldn't mind having a chat. I don't know, chat. Either on YouTube or in OBS or Discord. So many programs. And I've got all of these things set up, but I also logged into Discord on... I logged into YouTube on OBS, and apparently there's a chat function, but it's also not popping up in the YouTube stream, so I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It is one less window to monitor, though. So this will also be a bit of a test for the hardware and everything. But, okay, basically, I've been going for 10 minutes already. So, now, what I want to do, this is mainly going to be, in addition to just getting things sort of trying to get them started, I'm going to be digitizing a lot of the stuff I've written. So I was DMing, I'm going to say professionally, semi-professionally, for a few years there. I wrote a lot. A lot of it was by hand. At one point, I was DMing like 7 games a week. I think there would have been a couple of times when I actually DM'd 8 days a week, because I would have doubled up some days. I like world building. I've always loved the world building, but it is predicated on the stories that you tell. You don't want to get the world building syndrome, the world builders syndrome, where you're just building and building and building. It's a fun hobby. It's cheap. It doesn't hurt anyone. You know, you don't need specialized equipment. World building is a great hobby, probably the best hobby for a guy like me who can obviously talk the leg off an iron pot. Shuts me up, gets my brain working. Also, yeah, it sort of lets me live in my head, but not destructively, like more creatively, quite literally. So world building is great, but you need to be running stories sort of through those things. So I've got my little... I've basically... The preamble is I wrote a lot. I have not had any time to collate it or sort of digitize a lot of it. I mean, a lot of it is typed, but a lot of it is handwritten. I'm not going to show you too much in there. I've got my... This is basically the start of me trying to sort of collate all of this stuff, get it set up. I mean, I know I'm saying, world builders syndrome and stuff, but I think I just need to start sort of organizing all of this stuff, because I have literal, like, journals of stuff. And this is... I mean, just to give you an idea, that's the second of the main writing. I've got another one with some private stuff in, and then I've got like just literally a world building one. like the words and thoughts on dungeons. Now, there's no graphics in any of these. This is all words, and that's maybe, I'm gonna say that's maybe a quarter of what I've got. I've got piles of journals sitting behind you, all plans and plots and things like that. It's basically organised in those things. It's not all just going to be like me trying to organise it, but this is me trying to make a serious go at it, just to give you an idea. These two little things, this is the very top end, which I'll explain in a moment, and this is my little the Liber Mundorum, which is a work. It's basically my little secret sauce, my box of tricks, all of that sort of thing. As you can see, processes, rules, inspiration tables, matrices, mapping templates, and file features. It's all of the reserved stuff, and it's equal parts technical document. I've got the details in there. I've got like paper sizes and where is a half point width and where is the quarter point width and all of that. Just when I'm mapping, it's nice to know, not to have to faff about. It all begins with the map, I'm not going to show too much of that. Like I say, this is my little box of tricks, but this is also, as far as maybe a mission statement. Not only is this I'm planning to sort of collate all of that stuff and everything else, but this is also a proof of concept, I guess, or a dry run of this sort of stuff in practice, because I'm going to be relying on this as well as World Anvil. I'm basically going to be pressing the ideas in those books into this and the World Anvil template system to flesh out the world. That's sort of the main remit of these streams, as well as blocking in things like maps and stuff like that. So, with all of that out of the way, let's, as well as, especially for these first couple of bits and pieces, it'll be a bit of a hardware test as well, just getting everything dialed in. I'd love a Stream Deck, because I've got like 9 scenes figured out here. But anyway, so yeah, it's and just to have fun, just to have fun and take the pressure off a bit. One of the interesting things about turning your side hustle into a job, and it was definitely a side hustle into a job, your hobby into a side hustle. My side hustle was more along the lines of a main hustle. So here we are. I'm just going to try out this Wonderdraft sort of setup now. I think we're good to go. Now, let's look at... So, one of the things in this... I have 13 worlds. The crux of all of these things... the crux of all of this the writing and stuff like that is that, oh, see, now we're getting a bit choppy. It's Wonderdraft is an interesting sort of a program. It seems to balk out my memory. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I've got 13 worlds. The range, this is got here. So say I've got a high it's got a whole world input, which would so it's like the randomization, all of my tables and stuff. And then there's like, I think there's going to end up being about 3 modern fantasy or low fantasy modern worlds, like modern history, modern age worlds, if you want to think of it like that. Basically with all the different monsters in there, I started out with what, seven worlds, and there was more folk rural horror setting and a Lovecraftian cosmic horror setting. These are all things that I've written about, but I think there's a lot of overlap between them. So, this is what I mean. Part of when you're running so many games, you don't have time. It's easier just to separate out, oh, there's Lovecraftian entities in this world. And so you just pop that in a completely different universe to the werewolves. And there's no real, see, we're dropping frames. There's no real call. Like, I love the idea. I think this is, I'm in the process of getting sussed out for neurodivergence, and I think there's a bit of a feature of that with me where it's basically we're getting autistic about world building, right? It's like, oh, the thought of cosmic horror and werewolves interacting, that is really interesting to me, but I don't just want to go into it willy-nilly. I want to establish the werewolves, I want to establish the cosmic horror, and then I want to see what happens. I think I've kind of done that, and part of these streams will be really like solidifying those, but then also paradoxically mixing them in to find out what overlap and how they do interact. That's the sort of thing I'm going for. Anyway, the point being, so there's 13 worlds, and it covers I've got cyberpunk and cyber horror, body horror. I've got industrial horror. I've got what have I got? 2 post-apocalyptic there. I've got 2 post-apocalyptic worlds. I've got a Road Warrior / post-nuclear world and an industrial horror world. They may be the same universe, different setting. I don't know. I'm still working this out. There may not end up being 13 worlds. It's an awfully big thing, but that's just like everything that's separated out that's interested me. For now, we are going with that's all of which is to say we are going with it's not actually that bad. The first one, so my first big one, Razgoth, the very original world that I had picked out. As you can see, here we've got you know, these are graphics from the original Legacy of Kain. This is the sort of, it's one of the main inspirations. I've got my Kainite clan symbol tattooed on my arm there that you can see. You know, which is part nerd cred, but also part it does have a bit of a meaning, which we can go into later on. But for now, Legacy of Kain, sort of the vibe I'm going for with Razgoth. Now, I tried doing Razgoth in a very it was a Dungeons and Dragons setting, but it's interesting because Dungeons and Dragons doesn't, I don't feel like it does. We're doing the auto zoom again. Definitely gonna have to get that worked out. We're doing it doesn't, I don't know if it's a good world for players, because D&D is a power fantasy, and I don't like, it's meant to be a pretty terrible place, is Razgoth, and it's very interesting to sort of see. Now I'm just going to start raising our vibration. I've got a, those of you there, what I mean, some of my players might know this, know Raz, or at least know the word, right? It's going to be a very different world to the one you guys all know. And again, part of the hardware test for this is just seeing what the idea is like. I don't know. I mean, this is it. We're just having fun, right? I'm not, you know, the world's greatest artists. Wonder Draft is a great program. I don't know. So the idea, funny story, now that we're 25 minutes in, one of the funniest stories that I had, so Razgoth, it's take on Nosgoth. It was originally going to be so Merkborg. It was originally going to be called Merkborg or Osborg, because I'm Australian, obviously. And I thought, oh, Osborg, you know, even a little bit of a, you can't really escape the Wizard of Oz sort of parallels whenever you mention something about Oz. But I could have sworn that when I ran the Google Translate or whatever translation I ran, it came out as Waterfort. I think I'm just gonna change to the... I'm gonna get rid of me. That'll take a bit of the pressure off the poor old CPU, I'd imagine. I'd also dearly love to get a stylus. I do have an old tablet there. I'm actually drawing on a tablet that a mate sold me, but it's like 6 years old or something now, and it's no longer supported. So I just use it as a screen, as another screen. I'm hoping the other tablet, it's not a screen tablet, so I'm hoping it's still supported. Anyway, yeah, I could have sworn that Osborg meant Waterfort, so that actually birthed the idea of this geography, right? It's now I've had the this idea for quite a while, to have an island, and I know that the island as it sits is a little bit funny looking. But I think the idea is that there is a central pillar, or a central, not pillar, a central area. But the idea is that this central pillar is this central area. I keep calling it a pillar. There are pillars in there, literal like pillars. I think I might want to put a little bit more meat in there. Okay. Now, my understanding is that we can, we scroll with this. The central area is very hostile to life in general. Actually feel like we might want to... Okay. It is the central area, real hostile. It's essentially like you've got to go in and raid to be getting anything out of it. Now, each of the arms of this little star, this is quite a large star because that's a whole continent, is about... each of the arms has not a race. Now, one of the central sort of tenets that I'm running on here is that we're not dividing by race. This is a thing that I've I've sort of come into with D&D. I am bored of the elves being in the trees and the dwarves being in the mountains and the demons being in hell. It's a difficult thing, right? Because like I do find like another influence on this will be Diablo, but there's a weird thing where like I don't just want to be like, oh, this is inspired by Diablo and Legacy of Kain, and then there's like it has nothing new to say. Like I've done enough like literal formalized study into like the cultural artifacts that are, books and movies, and I've got an undergrad in literature, and I've got I'm gonna cut right in under the armpit of that peninsula there. I like to think that I've got more of an idea of what's going on and the significance of these things. I don't, so you'll be able to see on this World Anvil thing. It's a very strange sort of, why don't we do it properly? Why don't we fucking cut out a whole... Let's not fuck around here. Let's make this something special. We've almost severed that whole peninsula. Almost? Well, let's... How do we... Oh no, that's brush size. Ooh, you can scroll. Okay, it's not bad for a start. This is another thing that you learn. You do tend to layer things in. I did the landmass, and now I'm doing the coastline. Oh yeah, let's really monster this one. So I don't just want to do, to bring it all back, I don't just want to do elves are in the trees, dwarves are in the mountains. One of the main tenets that I sort of want to explore with Razgoth is don't divide by race. Nations still exist, but I want the nations to have their own sort of racial melting pots in them. So yeah, that each peninsula isn't designated by race. I didn't just want to have for example, the elves and the dwarves are on separate peninsulas, and the demons are on another one, and the Aasimar and the orcs have another one. I didn't just want to do those sorts of things. Now, I might actually raise... Oh, that was not what I wanted to do. Although, why don't we turn the mistakes into... There we go. Yeah, I didn't just want to do that. So each peninsula is a nation. And there will be... wait, let's do this. Let's put. Yeah, they can come in from the other side. They're trying to. Oh yeah, okay, I like this. See, this is part of what it's all about. Might have to resize the window on OBS as well. There's very different resolutions between the screen, my main iMac screen, and the little tablet screen that I'm using here. So I don't know. All right, from here we're gonna do. Oh yeah, there we go. That's good. This looks a little bit more like we had at the start. Look at this shit. Yeah, cool. So yeah, each of the peninsulas has a nation. Now I know what some of the history of this place is, of Razgoth is, and yes, it does. It is a bit of a... I originally had, so you'll actually see on World Anvil. So we'll get into World Anvil soon. I'm just sort of broad stroking out the map for this first session. So I've got a bit of a, because I've had this idea bubbling away in my head. This is sort of new, like I say, the actually want to do more out the top of that. And there's other things that I want to add in as well. But for now, I'm just trying to make get the landmass looking half decent. I do know some of the history of this landmass. Some of it is quite a bit inspired by Legacy of Kain, but same but different. I think I will I'll show you like a little bit of a... I'm going to try and do a little bit of showing my working in this. Whether it serves as inspiration or helps get me straight in my head. Okay, how's that look? Oh yeah, yeah. That's getting there. That's a very basic. It still could use work, yes, but it is looking good. Actually, that little... Let's save this. We'll save it to... Let's just save it to... Oh wow, does it not... Oh, doesn't even show you where it... See, this is interesting because that it didn't show the save window. That's good. Don't need your peeps seeing my file structures. Actually, let's go back out. There we go. Okay, so I also want to do... So the the part of the Ozborg, like I say, water fort, I was like, ooh, because the whole idea with like Merkborg, Dark Fort, right? The little solo pre kind of progenitor of Merkborg, Dark Fort. They had it was a dark fort that you went into and you won the game. You got to, fight the monster, get the treasure. I seem to remember there was a lot of like randomized rolls. I think I only played it the once, and I was not. A lot of that sort of thing is a blur because again, I was running. It all sort of mishmashes. I've had some horrendous misremembrances. But the idea of this dark fort being just like, oh, it's literally just a dark fort, a much more explicit example of like the Dungeons and Dragons. Like, it's not like there is a dungeon that you go to. It's all about, it's fantasy storytelling, right? Because of that idea, I sort of had this idea. Oh, Ozborg is water fort. That's what it sort of came out as. So I got this idea of having like, oh, what if there's islands in this world? It started out with one island, and then I went, oh, what if there's a bunch of islands? Or one, a few islands, and that's where I sort of birthed this idea that I have here. I'm actually going to make this one. You know what? I'm actually not. I'm not loving how close this all is. So I need these to be maybe there. But the catch is, and this will make sense down the track, yeah, yep. Yep, that'll do. Right. So we're going to go back in. I have specific plans for this island. So this particular island is quite important, shall we say. It serves in the quote unquote cosmology of this area, of this world, universe, whatever you want to call it. This particular island has some significance. So there we go. All right, that looks good. Let's rejig a little bit of this. We might actually turn that to a... Okay. Oh, yeah, actually, that... Let's make that maximum roughness because we want... Yeah, actually, maximum roughness all along here. I know it's very rough. I know, I mean, again, we're not... This is just first blush. You do tend to layer shit in, but I'm just trying to get the broad strokes. The point being... Yep. And... Yeah, why don't we just make that... Not so... That's the wide... Yeah, alright, cool. Okay. Great. This is the basic landmass of Razgoth. Now, we want the sort of defining feature of Razgoth is this area in the middle. And it is called Heaven's Graveyard. It is a gigantic sort of a canyon. Now, I am not 100% sure what the hell we're doing here. How do we do... Ah, here we go. Alright, now, in my little brain... Okay, so Heaven's Graveyard is the area in the middle here. It is essentially I want to say about a 3,000 kilometer wide canyon. It did look quite a bit more circular in my head. Maybe I need to figure that out. But the point being, there are more mountains around it as well. Merkborg, Osborg, and then Waterfort. And these islands were actually the things that I was like, oh, what if there's a landmass and like there's dangerous islands that you can go to? And then, oh, well, I need a lot of like bays with like accessible, oceans and water and things. And then I was like, oh, well, there's what about a bit of a star shape? You know, that's sort of how that all got started. And then I've had this idea about Heaven's Graveyard. So the idea is that this central area is very hostile to life. It is I mean, we're obviously going to need to work on our blending a bit, to be honest. But and the idea is that you essentially go into Heaven's Graveyard, and there's all sorts of weird stuff in there, right? The idea is that it is constantly pummeled by starfall, by meteorites, meteors, things like that. And you know, things are coming in from off world. There is essentially another design principle is the concept of the Mundo, which is the new thing in the world. Think of like faster than light space travel. It's the thing that enables, or Spice in Dune. Spice in Dune is a really good example of like the Mundo. I could swear that I learned about the concept of the Mundo in my a science fiction class I did back in my university days. But I've not seen much else on it. I might have to go and look. Well, I have looked that up, and I can't really find much. I'm wondering if it's some sort of a false memory that I've cooked up. But anyway, it's a thing. I know the Axis Mundi is a thing, and there are other sort of applications for it, for such a term. I promise, not all of this is going to be... I'm not actually sure how much I like the way this is turning out, but I am gonna keep at it. See what happens. So it's Heaven's Graveyard is constantly pummeled by starfall, so meteorites and meteor showers and things like that. And then it especially ramps up during the Season of Atrocities. Now, we're going to go into World Anvil in not too long, and we're going to start a new world. I've been a World Anvil subscriber for a long time. I've only used it minimally, and if this is what I was saying earlier, if any of my old players are using this, I probably made like an attempt at using it, but it just I think on paper, and then the digitizing was too much of a time sink, so I didn't bother using it too much. I might have made this island too big, actually. It's growing on me. I need to learn a little bit of blending. There's definitely... And there will be... It's not all just going to be forest and... with a big hole in the middle and mountains. I don't It's not all going to be that, but that is one of the preferred things. One of the things I want to do, and we'll go back. I kind of like that I can just switch between overhead with face and all of this. That might be what we do in a moment. Okay, so that's not looking too bad, actually. I think there's even a semblance of plate tectonics there. And it definitely will need to look better down the track. There's going to be more that we do with this, but for now, that is where we're at. Gonna make a little note in to do. Okay. And there we go. That's just a start, okay? That it's not. I know it doesn't look the greatest. I am by no means an artist. You know what? I think I just crashed Wonderdraft by dragging it up onto my main monitor. We're just gonna go. Let's roll with it. Okay, so here we are. We'll give that a moment. You can see it. You can see it spazzing out. Shouldn't be using that terminology. Sorry. We're going to be... You can see it having a few issues. There we go. Wonderdraft has force closed, and I'll probably get an error message in a moment. So let's... That was a very basic... sort of mapping session. Yeah, there we go. Report problem for Wonderdraft. Okay, it doesn't like changing between my little tablet screen that you can see here and my main monitor. I might just open it up quickly just to see what the go is. Now, okay, so you can just... That should... Huh, there you go. Alright, seems to be having a few issues with the colour palette. Okay, there we go. Okay, cool. Can we do... Yeah, see, we can... Okay, so coastline colour. Freshwater. We'll have a bit of a play with that. But yeah, there you go. Okay, so now we'll just close Wonderdraft. Discard. Let's leave it as it is. Okay, so now we're looking at World Anvil. This is where our... Okay, here we are in World Anvil. So we've got a few things. Now, one of the main aspects of World Anvil that I want to get into is just, well, I want to learn the whole... Geez, that auto zoom really is sensitive. I'm sorry I keep interrupting myself. It's just I keep seeing the light blinks and I talk with my hands. It's a thing. So what I'm thinking I'll have to do is first off get more water, but I just want to learn World Anvil. I think what I did with my little Liber Mundrorum here was I subscribed to World Anvil. I am/was a Venerable Grandmaster. As far as I know, the Venerable part of that means that I was supporting it before they became big. As far as I'm aware, that's what that means. I've upgraded to a Sage, to the highest tier Sage membership, because I think, like, with the amount of work I've put in, I can just fill out all of their... Like, it seems like a pretty good use case for me. It seems like something I would get a lot of use out of. I think what happened was I subscribed first of all, saw the templates and stuff that they were using, and then did my own versions in my little bag of tricks. I do have more than half, maybe slightly less than half of these books. Of this book is I mean, there's some more measurements there for fun, but that is, yeah, so about half is templates, and I think there's about 20 to 30 templates in there for different aspects of world building. They're one of the most powerful things that I use in my writing. And it's not just going to be a one-to-one conversion, because now I want to put it on World Anvil. So I think I just want to go through. So the second part of this, we've been at it. That took me 40 minutes to do that map, from what I can gather. You can see, I mean, this is the desktop, like the landing page in the back end of World Anvil. I've got all of my there's a bunch of articles and stuff here, and it seems I'm not going to get into it. I'm just talking. What the fuck? Let's make... So to start off, I went through, just in the interest of not... So it doesn't even show the... Okay, there's a big window in front of what's showing on the screen right now. That's interesting. I wonder what's going to happen here, because there's a big window with my stored worlds in front of that screen, but it's not showing, which is fine. Part of the reason these are stored, I've got the old Grimnir's Wasteland, which you can see right there, and the old Razgoth, which is the other... The original, like the D&D version of what I've just done. And the map looked very, very different. I'll show you a map at another time for nostalgia's sake, but for now, ground up, let's create a new world. And it's not letting me... Are we just not... Give me a sec. What's going on with this? Oh, wait. Restart capture. Ah, there we go. Does that let me... Oh, there we go. Now, okay, so the capture... See, this is why, you know... It's good to have 0 subscribers and stuff like that at the jump, because... Otherwise, you get caught up with all of these technical things. No, I don't even think anyone's watching. Let's see what... Let's just take a quick beat to check on... Is there anything going on? Who all's watching? Is there anything going on? Okay, so maybe that one watcher is me. That's all fine. I'm just... This... Mainly, I mean, this is another thing. This is for me, alright? This is, you know, again, this fucking hell world we live in. Let's see what goes on here. Can we... Yep, great. What's your new world's name? So, we're going to go with Razgoth. Choose RPG system. Holy cannoli. Please tell me that we're not dealing with... I do have my Apocalypse World book there. Apocalypse World. It's a fun system. I do have a minimum quality threshold for like when a world will be like done, and I can start moving on to others. And that doesn't mean that the original, like any world that I've done, will be finished. I really need to drill down and do one world at a time, and get it established. I think so I can start my ascent into literary bunkers and badasses. There's... oh no, it's Can 2E. There's one called Kane. That's interesting. I'll wait until we get to... I'm interested to see... Cyborg, yeah, cool. Cipher System. Dark Places and Demogorgons. Das Schwarz. DC RPG? DC20 RPG. Is that DCC or... Oh yeah, jeez, I got a lot of... Don't Rest Your Head. That was a fun little... I think I bought a one page for that. Dread, I've played that. DCC, there it is, yep. Oh yeah, Dungeons and Delvers. Oh, here we go, yep. D&D. Okay, so D&D first, second, 3.53, 4, 5, and then D&D. Okay. So I've even made the distinction between 3 and 3.5. Interesting. 5th edition modern. Oh, that's interesting. Does that mean like actual, like a modern, like with guns and lasers and stuff? Is that what we're talking about, or is it just the modern version of D&D? That's interesting. Dungeons the Dragoning 40k. Ha, nice. Earth Dawn, Echoes of Despair, Eclipse Phase. I've heard of that. I think I've got a rule book floating around for it that I bought on a bundle or something. EverQuest, wow. Exalted. Fabula Ultima. Fantastic Heroes and Witchery. Yeah, see, look at all of these. Fatal Remnant. Feng Shui. Fire Emblem, Forbidden Lands. I think I've got a Frag Aeternum. Yep. So I'm actually just interested. Oh, Gamma World. Wow. I think I haven't played Gamma World. I've only ever read Genesis. I've got the core rulebook for that up there. I've got about like 8 systems that I am at least passingly familiar with that I could probably run a game with. I think this is another thing, and I don't know if it's going to make me many friends, but I think a lot of, like, that's not a badge of honor to me. Like, that's what we do, like, as a, you know, in the society, in the timeline of this society, that's what we do, you know. It's, it'd be like bragging about, like, how many horseshoes you had in your blacksmith shop in, you know, the medieval age. Like, it's a done thing, so it doesn't. I think what happens to this, here's the blistering social commentary you all come for. I think what happens is, like, or at least what used to happen, maybe not so much now, but like guys like me would nerd out with the advent of, like, consumer electronics. The VCR, you know, became popular. Color TV became popular. There was this, like, burgeoning, like, tech industry. So young kids would learn about them. I can remember, like, nerding out and reading the VCR manual, you know. But the older generation, it's new and exciting, but also scary. But they look at the kid and they go, oh wow, you're like the super nerd of, you know, oh, you're such a smart boy. The catch is that every family has one of them. So, like, these kids were going out into the world, at least, again, this is my experience. Like, you go out into the world going, oh, I'm super nerdy. Everyone else is the same way. It doesn't, I mean, it's good in that it allows you to establish community. It's all about community. I'm a little bit shaky with community as well, but I'm sure that will come up. But you end up, like, you're not you're not gonna out nerd one of the other guys. Like it's a very strange. I've always had a very strange sort of relationship with those sorts of things. Like I don't think it's interesting being a writer and thinking, man, everyone has stories. Like everyone, I I always think about drinking culture. I was big into drinking culture. I was slash am an alcoholic. You know, I don't drink anymore, but the amount of guys that I would meet that would be like, "Oh man, you know, like I got so pissed. Oh, you'll never believe how pissed I got." And it's, yeah, I would, because I do it too. Like it's that sort of a thing, like that. Oh man, you'll never believe how many D&D games I've played in. Oh, let me, and that's great. That's a thing we have in common. But then I'm also not interested in hearing about your paladin, like, and the thing that you did with your paladin. I think that's the neurodivergence. See, we're all. This is where I'm going with it. Yeah, it's very strange. I'm gonna. What are we doing here, man? Stop. Really have to turn that off. It's on my to-do list. I promise. Anyway, let's keep looking. Have you? Are we not doing the Windows dropped out again? I might restart capture. Maybe I need a. I think there's going to be a Stream Deck in the near future. Anyway, GURPS. Never played GURPS, but it's been everywhere since forever. Hackmaster, Hail Caesar, Halo Mythic. I haven't heard of a lot of these. I've heard of Hardwired Island. Hexen, Hogwarts, bleh. Homelands, Hope slash Punk. Index Card RPG, it's in there twice. Into the Odd, I do have that one as well. Never run a game of it, but it looks pretty fucking cool. Invisible Sun's in there twice. Iron Kingdoms. John Carter of Mars. Jojo Bizarre Tabletop, nice. Cult Beyond the Veil. I've got Cult. Oh yeah, Cult Divinity Lost. Cult Beyond the Veil. All right, I've got Cult Divinity Lost up there. And I might do flip throughs and stuff. It's pretty cool. Beautiful artwork. I just the young fella who got me into it. He knows who he is. He I think he hit the nail on the head. Some of the subject matter you can't bring to a table. But yeah, lewd dungeon adventures. Love it. Love it. Linguamancy. LOTR RPG. Hell yeah. Low fantasy. Marvel Multiverse. Master. Maze Rats. Is that Questing Beast? Is that, or am I? No, I'm not confident of saying that. I also don't watch a lot of. I've never seen an episode of Critical Role, and if that marks me out as like a guitar player who, you know, doesn't know who Jimi Hendrix is, like, then that's fine. I've been playing D&D for 20 odd years, and I'm happy not knowing what the new kids are doing. It's great. It's great that they're doing it. I love it. Um, I don't have time to watch hundreds of hours of people. I got burned like running. Like I say, I wouldn't say I ran 7 games a week for sustainable amounts of time, but I ran at least, I'm gonna say, 5 games a week for a good couple of years there. I was notching like 300 games a year for a few years in a row there. To this day, getting me to play D&D is a bit of a big ask sometimes, because I like the world building. Give me the world building stuff. Merc Borg's in there. Morrow Project, Mothership, Mornblade, Mythcraft. Oh, is that Mythic Bastion Land? That rings a bell. I think I've seen that on Itch.io. Nibiru, nice. I snagged an e-copy of Nibiru, but I remember what was the name? One of my Olivia Hill. I remember Olivia Hill shouting out the maps in Nibiru many moons ago, and I saw them and went, "Wow, this is amazing." So I would check out Nibiru. Really interesting concepts as well. Whoever makes them, I forget the name. Onslaught, yeah. Original Dungeons and Dragons, so I'm assuming that's OD&D. I have done on this channel the one other video that is publicly visible is my statement of self with regards to my D&D credentials, and I don't. Nothing will have changed, because that's all like the historical record. Oh yeah, Savage Worlds, Pathfinder, Pirate Borg, Borgberg, PBTA. I'm just having a look through just to see, the getting the lie of the land. Although there are an awful lot of Sage and Sand. Are these all... Oh, Shadowrun Anarchy, Sigil System, Simulacra, Slug Blaster. I wonder if these are just things that people have added in themselves. Surely not. They might have, but some of them have been added in twice. Symbaroum, I've got that up there. Tales from the Loop. I don't have Tales from the Loop, but I've heard good things. Talisman. Oh yeah, Discworld, Black Hack, Chapter of the Dells, the Dresden Files. That'd be interesting. The Land. Oh, is that The Land? Was that Thomas Covenant? Is there a role-playing game in the world of Thomas Covenant? Because that would be interesting. The Riddle of Steel, La Tronche, the Veil, which, yeah, see, there's Eldoria and Idoria. I feel like these are systems that people have added in. Torg, Troika, Tunnels and Trolls. I've played Tunnels and Trolls. I played that on a bus with, I think he got a mention, my first D&D friend, I guess, in a way out in rural Queensland. I played a game of Tunnels and Trolls with him. Vaesen, there we go. I've got that up there. Never played it. It's a good shot though. It's a good system from what I've read of it. I've got both. So Vampire, the Dark. I've got the Dark Ages. I do have the Dark Ages. I do have a second edition rule book. I think it's on the other side of the bookcase. And I've got, oh no, that's 20th edition. Oh, here we go. Black Crusade, Dark Heresy, Death Watch, Rogue Trader, Wrath and Glory. Holy cannoli. Okay, fantasy, yeah. No Wrath and Glory. I don't understand how it. I might be looking directly at the system that Wrath and Glory is under, or I don't know. I don't know how these things work. It's too much. World of Darkness, yeah. So I've got World of Darkness. Chronicles of Darkness. I've got Chronicles of Darkness. We'll go back and have a quick look at that. World of Darkness, 5th edition. Paradox. Oh, I don't know. World of Warcraft. Worlds Without Number. I think I've got... I think I've got a Worlds Without Number E copy as well. There we go. Chronicles of Darkness. 2E. I've got one up there. I don't know which one it is. Chronicles of Darkness is sort of the main. It's my favourite system. It's also the one, like I say, that I've got one with, so mortals and hunters, angels and demons, vampires. I do have one that's no actual system, but it's the narrative space. Which is another interesting thing that I suspect I get a little bit hyperfixated about. And then the folk and rural horror and Lovecraftian and those various permutations are all born of World of Darkness, Chronicles of Darkness. It's just very hard to fit them all together. And I've already explained that. Anyway, okay, so let's just do... Oh, fucking hell. Do we have Esoteric Enterprises in there? Because I've got... Oh, no. Sorry. That was the fire alarm. So another good test. I live in an apartment block. This is fridge. Fridge, kitchen. You can probably see the fridge, kitchen. If I didn't have stuff sitting behind me, I've got a washing machine there. That I don't actually use at the moment because there's too much crap in the way. I just pay for it. But this is my little workout area. I eat dinner at the desk I'm sitting at. Kitchenette over there, and then the other half of the room is bedroom. It's all packed in. It's very high density, lots going on. And I live with 40 other people. out there. I don't think there's Esoteric Enterprises. I know I'm faffing around a lot, but I'm getting used to this, and it pays to just go through and see what's going on. Espergenesis, Ethnos Core, yeah. So I do have, I mean, do we have Mutant Year Zero up here? Surely we've got Mutant Crawl Classics, Mutant Year Zero there. Yeah, there you go. Numenera, yep. So I know, yeah, DCC, MCC was MCC in there. Mutant Crawl Chronicles, Mutant Crawl Classics. There you go. Call of Cthulhu will obviously. I don't think I even need to look for that. Call of Cthulhu, D20 WotC, Call of Cthulhu, yeah. So I'm gonna just go with D&D. Let's go 5th Modern Edition. I'm gonna make it public. Oh, for fuck's sake. So we'll go with 5th edition modern. I'm gonna make it public so people can see. Let's go visual. I'm sure we can change that. All right, so this is a new world. Okay. An hour and a half in, but I got a basic map tacked out, and I think what I want to do now, one of the core sort of world design. Okay, so I've got some world design things here, and this is why I wanted to keep this overhead on. Okay, I've got some world design rules now. I think I want to sort of keep the big stuff, you know, the many pages. I want to keep the majority of those a little bit private. Like I say, test of running the use case and all of that. But I do also really want to. I'm gonna put these out here because I think these are a good core. I've got some world design rules and and then dungeon design rules. Just a few things to keep track of for the dungeon design. So I even, it's a bit of a living document. Frame your process as a series of creative lessons. So we're still adding to this sort of stuff now. And then 11, remember concept of the Mundo. The new thing. Okay. So we're gonna... It's all about collation. Now, I also don't want to give myself too many rules, but I don't want to give myself too many rules. I do want to give myself some limitations, though. I think that's what the overarching sort of idea with rules is. Now, I've got quite a few. That thing keeps crashing, and I don't know why. That's a little bit annoying. No, I don't want. I don't like how this keeps crashing. We'll see. Anyway, I want to give myself limitations. Limitations are sort of what breeds. I notice... I'm trying to find the... I'm trying to find the dungeon design rules. Oh, wait. There we go. Yep, cool. Alright. So, here are the world design rules. We've got the world list there. Let's have a quick look at the world design rules. Make it weird, not bad. Don't be a shithead. Stay away from ableism, sexism, trans/homophobia, religious bias. Don't be afraid to be transgressive in order to interrogate things, but don't bully people or make light of things. Now, I don't have a lot of time for this fucking grognard stuff. It's a very interesting sort of setup where I think that games should be inclusive. I think that I don't have time for any of this sort of stuff. And that's... I say that first for a reason, because it is... I think with the amount of horrible shit in the world right now, it's a... There's no place for it in gaming, but you also need to... these games are places to interrogate these sorts of things. So I don't truck... How did I even do that? What's going on here? The light went pink again. I don't think there's a place for it. But I'm also a little bit sus of the hug boxy, like, let's all be best friends. Basically, the bad guys have got to do this stuff, right? I think if you're not interrogating these things in fairly forceful terms, you're denying yourself a lot of creative space. That's what a lot of creation... That's, Anyway, so that's sort of why that's there. So I won't... I'm pretty upfront about that. My take on it is that as a at least a mostly straight white guy, I have been excluded from spaces. I cannot imagine. I don't have literally the physical makeup to conceive of how hard it would be to get ahead in the world for a trans person of color. That's sort of where I'm coming from. It enrages me that people are so fucking exclusionary, and I think the gaming is a good place. Creative works are a good place to interrogate that thing. All art is political, right? Like that's what I don't cleave to the grognard stuff. Oh, keep the politics out of games. No, that's not going to happen, because that just enables this sort of shit to flourish. That's why that's there, straight up front. Don't reinvent the wheel unless you want to, because I'm constantly trying to find ways of doing things that have already been done. Why don't we just actually... Here we go. Yep, there we go. That's better. Don't be afraid to swap between worlds. So that was part of that Chronicles of Darkness thing I was talking about. You have there is an ideology. There is a method to separating out a lot of different things into their own separate universes, so you can explore those possibilities separately. But it also just gets a lot to keep a track of. A lot of it doesn't make sense, and there is an interesting, you're looking for creative opportunities to understand why, how the werewolves and the vampires interact, and how the werewolves deal with the zombies, and things like that. And I don't think you want to go too crazy. You don't want to put a World of Warcraft guy into a game of Dungeons and Dragons. It's a fun story maybe, but you don't want to go too nuts. But swapping between worlds, a lot of character ideas that I have, and it's interesting to think about how they would, not only how they would exist in different worlds, but how those worlds would affect their makeup, if that makes sense. If you take Farnu the Wanderer and you put him in Dungeons and Dragons, he will have grown up as a different person to if he was in the World of Darkness, and any one of the different varieties of World of Darkness, right? So that is interesting to me. He's going to be Farnu the Wanderer, and he can still look the same and be the same and but he's going to be Bizarro World. There's going to be... That's interesting. That sort of thing is interesting. So I put that in there so I don't get too precious about things. Rule of 2, always choice is powerful, make them meaningful. So my rule of 2 is that there's always something else going on. Okay, maybe I need to write that down. There's always something else. Sometimes, because again, you don't want to... So there's always something else is sort of this is the classic Terminator 1 was the machine from the future is sent to kill you. Excellent story. Kyle Reese, Man vs. Machine. But then and that sort of establishes things. But then, what if the machine was good? Enter Terminator 2. That's sort of what the rule of two means. You can always change a thing, right? You sometimes choice is powerful, make them meaningful. You don't just, because then you get choice fatigue. You don't. I know that I'm bridling with these things a lot. I'm always, don't reinvent the wheel unless you want to. You can, but you don't have to. You do it, but no, there's always a choice, except sometimes there's not. You need to pick when these things sort of happen. But the rule of two can be useful because it stops you from getting locked into certain ways of thinking. Just consider there even being another possibility, not even necessarily what that possibility is. Do it with joy and embrace the alchemy of creation. Just have fun. Have fun. I've got a big sign right next to the camera that says, do it for fun. Chunk big things into smaller things. That's a big one. I'm going to... one of the aims of this stream is to have at least one article written. Or sketched out or something before we enter into... before we finish the stream. And I think I've been procrastinating on it a lot because I've been thinking about like the big ticket stuff, and it's very hard because it just, you keep going and keep going. I just want to create something small this session. I've already done the map just to get a base. I needed to get that out of my head, basically. Changing modes is important. Zoom in and out as needed. Work on broad strokes, then details or reverse as needed. There is a spectrum there. Goes in with chunking. Sometimes I need a map. Sometimes I need an article. Sometimes I need a timeline. Sometimes I need a da-da-da-da-da. And then Arachne's Way. Tentpole big things, then think of how those poles drive other things between them. So this is the racial thing. That's a bit of an example of that. I'm never sure if this sort of stuff sort of comes through clearly. Maybe I could just hook up a TV as a monitor. Oh, damn, because I don't need the touch anymore. Shit, maybe we need to look at this. Anyway, because I've got two big TVs there. Anyway, intrusive thought. Arachne's Way. This comes from a spider web. If a spider web was just the supports, it wouldn't be very effective. But the parts that make it effective, the joins between those support strands, they wouldn't be able to exist without those supports. So you have the big supports, you have the established werewolf mythology, you have the established vampire mythology. Now what happens between them? That's endlessly fascinating to me. I don't know why we're zooming in here. How do I... Wait. There we go. Yes. I've done a little bit of a dry run with the camera, but I think I need to turn the AI off because I'm perfectly happy just like this. I know that the overhead cam's in the way as well, but I could not give less of a shit about that. You can see my lovely face. Anyway. That's what I'm talking about with Arachne's Way. Like, so just a way of chunking things down, but still allowing you the space to sort of get into it. Witty wordplay. Don't be ashamed of your silliness. This is just I have played with players before, and I have been embarrassed before about things that I've come out with, and suddenly you realize they're not quite as in the fantasy as you are. And that's fine. Like, they're not your, I do enjoy getting creative, and you don't take yourself too seriously when you get creative, but then also you want you want them to come along with you. And this is just a reminder not to be too worried about it. It's me drawing a map of essentially a pentagram for a gothic horror world, you know. And there's a reason why it's a or a five-pointed star. It's maybe not a pentagram, but yeah, it's that sort of thing, right? Also, it's just occurred to me, the fire alarm does go off all the time. I'm not just like it goes off exactly how it did. It goes off for like 10-15 seconds because someone cooks something in the communal kitchen. They set the fire alarm off. Anyway, intrusive thoughts. And then and I wrote all of this a while ago, and then I've just started. So, frame your process as a series of creative lessons, and this is sort of the core of these streams: is to learn, demonstrate the learning, share the learning as I go along. And then remember the concept of the Mundo being the new thing, the power, the thing that makes it go. I'm thinking like Neuromancer. It's the cut rate or the accessibility of cybernetic enhancement. Like, you've got the world. That's the new thing, and how does that affect the world? That's sort of what the Mundo is. Star Wars, the Force, what if we could telekinesis, what if we had telekinesis? Let's be grammatically explicit, right? So those are the world design rules. And then we've got mapping stuff. It all begins with the map. There we go. I don't think it necessarily always begins with the map. Sometimes it begins with the name, but anyway, it's there. I like to do maps fairly early, even if they're just shitty little scribblings on Wonderdraft. I might actually show... Let's deal with this one first. I'll do the map first. We'll do map. No, we'll do rules. I'll show you the mud map that I've drawn in pencil. Oh, jeepers. How did I get it to go out before? Oh no, help me, I'm old. Oh, we have fun. Obsbot Meet SE. Okay. How are we disabling? Okay. All right. Sorry, to viewer. Hello, Phil. I don't know. I'll take that off the camera. Ah, oh, fucking hell, man. I'm still here. Yes, you are. I'm glad for it. This is giving you a bit of a view into it. YouTube chat. OBS. Not BS. OBS. How to get chat on screen in OBS. Let's see if we can get it. First, go to YouTube live chat and click on the pop-out chat option. Yeah, the catch with that is that because I've logged into... Because I've logged into my YouTube... I've connected my YouTube account to OBS. So now it's all streaming through OBS, so it's not actually showing up as being active on YouTube as far as I'm aware. Can I get stream? I've got my little list of stuff. I'm just gonna put you know what, I'm just gonna get fucking YouTube chat up. Bugger it, Phil, let's do it. No, there's no... From what I can gather, there is no chat. The whole reason I started doing this on my like changing from, tying myself in fucking knots here. There is no live chat function on your iPhone. Wait, if I go into the studio, will it let me? We're currently live now. Yeah, it doesn't let me, like I can, it's, when I go into the video, it doesn't allow me to join the live chat. I've somehow managed to dodge live chat. There's a plugin for YouTube, for OBS, apparently. What fun this is. And I've got it on my to-do list anyway. I've got turn the chat shit off and figure out the chat. I'm tempted just to set up Discord, but that's another thing to set up. Let me go through, dude. Let's just you can see chat fine. There's no, yeah. I'll put phone down, but I've tried. So I had it on when I was streaming computer games, when I was streaming Borderlands. I was trying to get the YouTube chat up on my phone so I could just have it sitting there, because the computer I use to stream that is sitting like on the floor. Well, I'm fucking hoping it. Yeah. I get that the chat provides back and forth. I'm aware of the concept of chat. It's literally what we're doing, Phil. Right now, I get it, but it's, these are the. I'm gonna write phone. I've somehow managed. I've got it running through. Look, let's put a hold on all of this then. I would love to have back and forth. Yes. Yes, I would dearly love to have back and forth with all of my adoring fans. Okay. YouTube chat on OBS. So a lightweight OBS Studio Lua script that automatically embeds your YouTube chat as a clean, customizable browser source. No third-party websites or applications needed. Go to download. 28th of the 1st. That sounds good. Oh yeah, no. This is good, Phil. This is good because you're like the advantage that you have when no one is watching your stream is that you can work all of this shit out. So I do appreciate you being here. What have I just clicked on? Please, free. It does say free, so never mind. This is I had it all fucking worked out, man. And I was... Okay. How it works. YouTube chat can be embedded via the live pop-up format. Let's see if we can get this working. Oops, something went wrong. Fantastic. Love that for us. these we can troubleshoot a little bit. I'm just yeah, we'll get on with it, but fucking hell, man, it's so annoying. But this is also shit, like I say, like I was going and going and going and trying to get things sorted out. Wait, isn't there a plug-in thing for plug-in manager? Let's worry about that later. I've got this Lua thing. YouTube chat on OBS Mac. Actually, can I... Because I can see the stream. You know, this is... It's so simple once you just figure out the secret sauce. It's just... See, I can't see the chat. Because I can see the stream. I can hear myself coming back. It won't let me join live chat. See, I can't see the chat. I can hear myself coming back. Yeah, keeping the stream. It won't let me enter any sort of chat on YouTube. I think I need to get it working through OBS. Because I've connected it to OBS. When I go into the... Yeah, fucking hell. I'm gonna... Because this is it. I do want... Yeah, this is all fantastic. Feb 26, 2026. So this is... The thing is, when I go into YouTube's stream, when I go into my stream... Oh shit, wait, yep, no, here we go, I've just found it. So pop out chat. Yes, here we go, we've got it. Philly, can you even see chat, mate? No, I can't. You are just talking. Thought I'd put you on while I work. When I said you're just talking, you said I'm just talking. Then you were referring to yourself waffling. Oh, sorry, I'm into... Wait, that's you. Fuck you, man. No. You're right. That's alright. Wait. Pop out chat, launch OBS, make a note of the pop-up chat windows URL. I can do that. I know what that is. I am referring to myself waffling. I'm allowed to do that. It's my corner. Is there like a studio mode? Yeah, I do have... Current bitrate. It's all good, baby. Launch OBS. Choose a setting for the chat box. Okay, this is interesting. We're doing it. We're doing it live. Yeah, what? Oh, here we go. Browser, chat box. Yep, cool. Let's see if we can get it. Browser. Create new. This is a little bit entertaining, isn't it? It's like self-recursive streaming. We're working on our stream on stream. YouTube chat box. And then what? We just paste the URL in there. Okay. Oh, that is not what we want to do there. Wait, I don't need it on OBS, do I? I don't even need. What are you saying? I can see an OBS. I can see me. Yes, yes, you can. It's just less to monitor, isn't it? It's less to monitor if I have it on there. But it's also harder to read. Maybe I can just have the chat. Control plus to increase font size in window. Nah, you got to make the window bigger. Oh, wait, you're talking about in the... I'm so old, man. Yeah, you're talking about just zooming the... No, get... No. Tell you what. I'm taking the YouTube chat box off that because I want you to see my lovely stream. But I have a wonderfully large... I want to see my face more than the background. Oh, God. Maybe I'm not being helpful. I don't know. No, that's... I can read you now. I got it figured out. I don't know if I could find my way back there, but let's... we've got it. And I can do that. Have that there. I can have OBS a little bit smaller. And then I can keep track of everything. Look at that. Now I'm going to get rid of that and that. I don't have ad blockers. Well, I do have ad blockers, I'm pretty sure. Updating OBS Studio. Oh, fucking hell. That's right, there was an update available. Anyway, alright, now we've spent 20 odd minutes on that. Move back my cinder block of a fucking... Okay. The scroll thing isn't an OBS thing, it's a web browser thing. Yes, thank you, Phil. I know. It's part of getting older. You know, I got a new car the other day, and it jagged out. I was hooking the apps up to it and stuff, and the app crashed, and I was just like, man, I'm so tired of this shit. Ad blockers were because of some BS about pop-ups. Yeah. No, the button wasn't even the button in the YouTube chat. It was like join chat, and it was grayed out. And I do have a grayed out. I do have a grayscale on my Firefox, at least my Firefox YouTube, because I am addicted to YouTube. Anyway, we're getting off topic. Yeah, new car that I spend my inheritance on. Long story, not entirely alien to the reason that I'm doing this now. Oh boy. Anyway, yeah, it was just a moment of me like sitting there with... I had to put a password in, and it generated a password, and then it wouldn't like accept the password I'd put in, and I just had a moment of being like, this is a sign of me getting old. Like I'm getting over this shit. I'm sick of needing a new password for everything. And I have a password manager and everything, but it just starts like it's those little things that get on top of you, you know. It's like hearing the kid use a new slang word, and you're like, oh, that's a thing that I didn't know existed. Yeah, anyway. Let's get back into this. Look, the good news is that with all of that fucking around and adding sources and things like that, this OBS didn't crash, it didn't drop any frames, it didn't do anything crazy like that, so that's nice. But I can see your chat now, Phil, so thank you for being here on this journey with me. And now I know how to get it up. I've made a note of it, so I'll be able to run through that. I don't know if I want it up on the stream. Just the real estate's already a bit low. And I'll fuck around with the, you know, here, if you want it zoomed in, there you go. How's that? There you go. See, we're learning. I love it when, like, how awkward I get when people are like, yeah, do this, do that. I'm like, And I don't actually care that much, but anyway. All right, let's get back to this. So, mapping stuff. It all begins with the map. Sometimes it begins with the name. Start simple and small. Consider game session length. Oh, thanks, dear. Yeah. It's, might have to... So I mean, just on the... I might have to reframe the camera a little bit, because I don't know if there's this... and all this sort of shit. Perfectionism. But I've also just realised I have a TV, like my mother's old TV, that I might be able to just put on the desk, and that would give me like a lovely big screen. I think there's an issue with the resolution on this little thing. Like I'm using a drawing tablet that the touch functionality doesn't work anymore. It's not supported by Wacom anymore, and it's sitting on a plastic bin turned upside down. But there's something that's fucky with the resolution on the screen. Maybe I just need a bigger thing, in which case I'll have to move the TV in, but it might be less of a muck around. Anyway, yeah, maps are very, very helpful. One of the best skills that I've developed has been doing maps, which I will show you in here in a minute. So start simple and small. Consider game session length, because I've literally had games go for years in the one dungeon. And it's fun. It's pretty good fun, but it's also like you don't want a game that goes for 5 years and you've been through 5 dungeons. Yeah. The thing is that writing, like, again, this is it. You plan light. You plan light, but you don't. I've said it to you before, Phil, but for the sake of like completeness, like a lot of people go when they're doing D&D, they go, "Oh, I will plan for every single eventuality." Well, you can't do that. What you can do is give yourself like a few little touch points of information, and then when the players inevitably come in and knock everything over and cut everything up, you can sort of provide a sense of like verisimilitude around, like they fill in the gaps and you make it sort of seem like that was at least partly what you had planned. You don't want to go too light with it, but if you go too heavy with it, you end up having a lot of problems. And I mean, there are other streams that I've done, like mapping is actually one of the highest yield activities that you can do, because you can draw a map in 2 hours for like a good one, like a quite a detailed one. And I will be doing mapping streams on here, but then they can be in that dungeon for anywhere, like I say, like a year, if depending on a big one. But I do tend to, because I think I'm letting my imagination go a bit crazy. So I mean, this isn't a map, but that was something I did, and then I spilled water all over it. Funny story, actually, because it got water spilled on it after I had sex with someone. But, that's... And people have seen that and gone, "Oh, that's a map. What's that a map to?" It did take me a little bit longer than a couple of hours. Yeah, it is pretty cool, that sort of thing. I don't actually... just experimenting. Water looks intentional. Yeah. I mean, there's one that I started and then the game fell apart. But they could... Oh boy, there's an old to-do list. Look at that. This was a very early version of maybe Razgoth. I don't think so, actually. I think this might have been something. Yeah. Thank you, Phil. It does. This was me playing with line weights and things. I have a bit of a thing for mucking around with. That's Straya. So this is one of the 13 worlds. So there's Razgoth, Straya, and I call it randomia, but it's gonna be, that's like the the player input one. Australia has player input too, I think, but it's that's, I mean, that's the whole continent, and that would have taken me 10 minutes. I think I've got old Wonder Draft versions of that. That's the original version of Razgoth. Yeah, dedicate time, dude. This hobby will suck up as much time as you give it. Same as any hobby, I guess. The thing is, you don't want to work heavy. I think that is, there are times to work heavy, but honestly, like, work smart, not hard applies to this sort of stuff as well. I think this is the earliest version of Razgoth, the old, quote unquote, old version of Razgoth. I do have it was the first proper version in Wonder Draft that I did. First proper map that I ever did was based on this drawing. And then, we go through. Yeah, too many hobbies. Trust me, man. I have bugger all hobbies, and I still feel like I have too many hobbies. I go through. So this is actually a location in the new Razgoth, or Razgoth, the Moonlight Ice. Farmland. That's the Citadel in the fissure in the ice. Yeah, trust me, man. Trust me, I'm all over it. I have often I've thought about it recently. Yeah, 2 cams set up, right, and screencasting, like pretty hardcore. It might be a go, man. I think we've got. Actually, I do like the zoomed in camera. You're right. Thanks, Phil. See? Such a good boy. Thanks, man. Rather than seeing all the fucking chaos of my room. Yeah, this overhead thing, I think, is the key to it. Like, even without the face, but the face does also, like, lend an air of personability to it. It's, yeah. I'm getting so old, man. Like, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. Again, it's a privilege that not everyone gets, but, like, I'm like getting lines and stuff, and it's good, but I'm like, oh, I'm getting older. Yeah. Anyway, that's my talking about my face. What was it gonna say? Yeah, the kids. I find, like, I'm big on, like, things that work for me. The catch is that because I spend my time, I'm like, I'll do a map, and I'm like, okay, that will now provide me potentially with income. One of my main sort of, not malfunctions, but one of the weird things about it is that I can't seem to translate that into, like, a 9 to 5 job or whatever. So maybe this is the way to go, because I'm good at doing these sorts of things that can work for me. I totally understand, yeah, you need things to take care of. Like, you end up getting things that, like, need your constant input and things. And these do, like, but I can now move on to blocking in the moonlight ice and writing all about all of these whys and wherefores, which is what I'm sort of moving towards. But seeing as we're on that and we've gone off the rails a little bit, there's Aetherius Saal. That was the beginning of a whole fucking map. I actually did a course, like quote unquote course. Devon Rue, who did the official maps for Critical Role. I think she ended up doing the official maps for Critical Role. She's a vision impaired artist who does maps very much. I mean, this was my first serious tilt at a map. This is the Southern Frontier. This is the map that Guz was in. And this, I mean, to give you an idea, and I'll pull out, and I'll use my $2 hole punch from Temu. I think the whole game that Guz played in, it started in these caves here. These little caves. And that area there, that was what they played in. And it lasted it lasted 3 years, and then they went to another location. They haven't, and they're going to come back here. But this took me, the inking makes a huge difference. Line weights as well, like you'll see, the weight between the edge of that river, the pool, and the ripples in the pool. I have done, that was the Western Wilds. Did you? No, this was the game before. This was a little bit before your time, but Chris and Co played here. Good fun, quiet. Again, doesn't, you don't need. I've got piles of pens. I'm like, I got a bit of that stationery addiction where you go in and but again, you go in, you spend even like $20 on a say a 5-pack of your fine liners, $20, $25 on a pack of 5 fine liners, and they will do 4 or 5 of these maps, say, which you can then, and I'm experimenting with. There's quote unquote nice forest. It's all round, and then you've got, like, I was like, oh, there's something in, there's a skull, and this is like the Badlands, and this is corrupted forest, and the lines are a bit sharper. Just little things, and playing with it, experimenting. There's Zunda Worm. I think I did I've got other live streams, privated live streams on. That's a caldera. That's the caldera of Crown City. In the top of the volcano, and then a little druid shrine down the switchback, and then the most expensive of the expensive houses in Crown City are the Caldera mansions. I don't know. There's not many. Yeah, there's a couple of others. There's. Oh yeah, I had to try. I think I had to try this one a couple of times to try and that's that's a Razgoth cosmology there, which I'm starting on. But yeah, no, these are all, the map is a good high yield. Yeah, and this is the interesting. So what I am interested in with like Australia's got you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, call it 6 areas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a no man's land. That's actually Grimnir's Wasteland, which I had on the World Anvil just before. That's a whole world in its own, because that's where the evil, that's where I was going to play the evil games. But that's the interesting thing that I was going to say is, you see that map and you go, oh, I want to explore everywhere. So I need to make this massive, expansive world that everyone will look at. And it doesn't actually work like that. Like, people, you'll make this whole sandbox world, and then people will walk into the local shop and find a parrot, and they'll be obsessed with the parrot, and the parrot will be the thing. Again, you'll get players that have, they want to do, a familiar or a mentor that they have beef with, and they've already got the whole game worked out before they even walk out the door. Oh, dude, yeah. Self-sharpening paces. You're talking about those Kuratogas, because I've got a metal Kuratoga somewhere. Chris bought me a. Oh, jeepers. Oh, this is Mark. Hello, Mark. Yeah, man. What a time to be alive again. There's so many. I bought a Temu pen roll with literally 20 different paces in it that went from 2.5 mil lead holders right the way down to 0.01 lead. And I think they came with one box of leads each, but the thing is, they'll run out at different rates, right? Yeah, no, that you can buy them. So Kuratogas, you can buy the plastic ones in Officeworks now for $6 or something, and they've got the Kuratoga engine. And they see, there's the grease pencils. You got me, Pete. I've still got them in here. Yeah, there you go. There's my Kuratoga. So I think I might. Yeah, it's got a self-sharpening. It clicks around. It rotates the lead as you write, so you're always writing with a point. I think I actually might prefer the plastic one because it's a little bit lighter. But geez, that metal one, man, it feels so good. Anyway, we're getting, yeah. It's also consumerism. Part of the reason I'm doing this stream is because I've got all of this stuff and I use it, but it doesn't really count much unless you're actually putting stuff out there. So start simple and I'm just going to go back into it. So start simple and small, game session length. get your five. Yes, yes, they did, and I love them. I have done actually mapping. Funnily enough, they're just so much fun, and I'm always like, thanks, Phil, and they're just you can ruin your paper with them. Fuck, they're fun. They're so fun. Um, Start simple and small. So like Merkberg, Morkborg, whatever. I call it Merkelburgers, which is a fun word to say. They do. They had like They did the 5-room dungeon. That's where I first heard of it. I think it might have been like an internet thing. But I liked the 5-room dungeon. It just it puts it's a limitation, right? What did you say earlier, Phil? You said something about you played a monk once. DM was pretty cool. Lame. He was a bug. Well, he wasn't a fascist. That for some reason that was the first word that came to mind. But he was probably left-handed and was a witch. Constraints over limitations. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe constraints. So my understanding of that would be constraint is something that like provides the wall so you move forward, whereas a limitation is like something that stops you at a certain point. Is that what you're, maybe that's the thing. Yes, either way, yes. The temptation is to go like, oh, I can do anything and be anything. Well, you're never gonna move forward. What else have I got? Consider highly localized psychogeography. Hookland is a good example, as is Silent Hill. Yeah, there you go. What are you? Strip of wet and dry. Dude, isn't it funny how we get with these things these days? I'm just happy. Like I actually quite like writing with a fucking blunt pencil. Like it's really weird. Like I have my Pilot Custom 823 gold nib and all of this and no, fuck off. Fuck off. This is a stationary chat. I'm just gonna go, Bodie. Go. Hookland is a good example of psychogeography. I still think that Silent Hill is really good psychogeography, but also like surreal stuff. Surreality, which it turns out isn't a word, but I use it all the time. Control transparency to players with design principles, etc., which is, sometimes in a game of D&D, it's sometimes you've just got to say, look, man, he's evil. Like epistemic evil exists in this world because we have evil gods that are provably real and give their followers magical powers that break the laws of reality, I think, again, there's this temptation of like, oh, what about, can we get into fucking ontology and da-da-da-da. That's, what do they call it? Moral relativism and all of this. And it's like, sometimes you just want to say, no, we're not doing that here. We've got 3 hours to play a game of D&D. We can sit around and stroke our chins and each other at the pub later, or maybe after we get kicked out. You can zoom around if need be. You can zoom in on different parts of the world, which is what I intend to do. You can zoom in and out too. Yep. Name, qualifier, theme, mood equals your aesthetic. That is, I've said that to you before, Phil. That is what that is the lightest way of doing it. It's 4 words: your name, you qualify that and you give it a theme and a mood, which are basically 3 cool words that just give you the overview. I've got... What? Do we zoom in and out with the big L? We do. We do. Oh, shit. See? See, we're learning. Is this the one? Yeah, so I've got... So, I mean, one of the things that I do to give you a view is... So this book has the tables. The L is for learning. The L is for lesbians. Well, at least for me. It's probably learning for you. Maybe we're learning about lesbians. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know anymore. And we can... Yeah, so, and I've... Just for fun... I mean, I get my... I get my dice out, which I did go and pull out last night in preparation for this video, because this is a thing. And I think I've shown this to you before. At least Phil. And you can go, right. So you've got... So let's do a little bit of... we've got 4/55. So 4/55. We've got 4/67. And we've got 1/20 with a 0, so that's 20. Okay. And then in your first one, and there's, you know, you have what I call a recipe, which is the first one will be your the place that it is. So we're going to go with a location, and we're looking on the 4th table, result 55. Now that I'll do all of this shit just to show a little bit. This is how I would make up the aesthetic. Alright, so the aesthetic of this place. Setting is very important, alright? You can... A big part of the world building is the location. Get the location first. That's part of why you start with a map. That's like the idea behind why you start with a map, right? Because the location is important. So table 4 on your locations and result 55. So it's a span. Okay. And then you're looking at your aesthetics and moods, right? And you want table 4, 67. Table 4, result 67 is Laden. Laden. and then table 1, result 20 in your moods and aesthetics. Table 1, result 20, poisoned. Poisoned, laden span. Which to me, and I have had people go, oh, what does that mean? It's like, well, that's up to you to fucking figure out, isn't it? So a poisoned laden span. A span to me says a bridge, right? The two parts of a bridge are the abutment, which is the part that joins onto one side of it, one bank of the river. The span is the part in the middle, and then the abutment at the other end. That's my very layman's understanding of the two working parts of a bridge. I'm sure there might even be other parts like supports and arches and all of that sort of dog shit, but that's not what we're here for. Span, so I would think, or a narrow natural pathway. Exactly. See, you've got interpretation there. A span could be a span of open field. It could be a hand span. It could be it could be the top of a table. The word is only ever suggestive, Laden and poisoned. I mean, to me, what I'm getting is it is a very, it's essentially a spider infested bridge. There you go. There might, what does that suggest? And there is your 3-word aesthetic, and you might call it, I know I've had like a passageway. I had a passageway through the mountains that was infested with spiders, and I called it the Web Winder's Way. We're now on autofocus. I really need to. How? Live long and properly. Spider infested works. Yeah. And from that might suggest a name to you, or you might already have a name. You've got your word generator QR codes in that little book. You can think up your own. I know one of the main things, and I've maintained this since before I met you, Mark, if you're still here. A name list, just a name list of random names, and sometimes you can hook this in, these things, and I just do them for just out of interest to see if anything gets suggested. Yeah, there you go. And goblins do some pretty dumb shit. It's all the bad fungus they eat, a sleazy broken shrine, Now that could even be. It's either like the shrine of a righteous god that could. See, this is rule of 2, the design principle I was talking about. Yeah, I know, right? I'm learning. The problem is I feel like I need mittens because I talk with my hands. Again, these are things that make me realize, oh shit, neurodivergence, because you read about these things and you're like, oh shit, does that mean a thing? Has everyone been thinking that I'm a bit of a weirdo? It's just something I do. But I talk with my hands, and I seem to be turning the fucking autofocus and all sorts of things off. You can download the OBSBot Studio to muck around with them, so I think I might do that. It is on the list. Anyway, yes, the Big L is glorious. I'm loving it. I don't like the way it cuts off my beard though. But anyway, a sleazy broken shrine. See, rule of two. Even there, I mean, that suggests certain things immediately. The sleazy broken shrine. Then you go, oh, what's the context? Is it the shrine to a good god that's been like trampled into the dust, and now there's like hookers and stuff sitting around? Is it a shrine to an evil god that is actually like functioning really well? Is it a shrine to a good goddess of love, which is, you know, operating how it should? Like, are these the lovers of the city or whatever? You know, there's all these sorts of, even within those, you know, and I've had a few good ones. And look, you can knock them out. The thing is, I've seen people ridicule random tables. They go, oh, all it does is give you word lists. And I mean, it's hard to argue with that. But then, you know, that there's a part of me that sort of goes, yeah, the fucking, like, technically, if you want to use that logic, like, can you use this fucking Big L here? Does that zoom in? It doesn't work on the overhead one. Anyway, you know, that's like saying that writing is just lines of letters. You know, or a letter is just an assemblage of straight and curved lines. Like, yeah, man, if you reduce anything down to like word lists, yeah, that is all they are. Put some fucking creative work into it, man. Like, these are just enabling you. You then get to make up the thing in your head, and this has just like jumped you into that. These are also really useful because, again, and I've said this to you a few times, I think, Phil, I mean, yeah, I'm trying to get the, how do I get the, like, that works for that. Do I need to do that? It doesn't, maybe it's zoomed in all it can. I don't know, because it seems to be doing something. I'll figure it out. It is all, I'm getting there. I love your technical commentary. Yeah, so that's, you know, these things, the other function these things do. It might be, I think one of these cameras is a bit older. I bought one of them. They're the little OBSBot Meet SEs. So they're not the 4K version. They're only the 1080 version, because I'm not doing stuff that needs 4K. Like, this is 1080 is perfectly adequate for what I'm doing. I bought one. I was using the GoPro, the poor old GoPro. God, it's copping a flogging. I was using a GoPro as a webcam, and I was having all of these problems, and I bought one of these on special, and it just worked immediately. And I was like, holy shit. And I bought another one, and that worked. And then I even bought a third one for the gaming setup. And they're just really nice little cameras, but they've got a few little AI things in them that get them doing really well. But one of them is a little bit older than the other two. Anyway, these are really good for building out your world just deep enough for players who want a bit of depth. What am I trying to say here? For players who want a really deeply immersive game, these are evocative enough usually to give them almost everything they need. And then if they like get really, deserted pleasant reactor, if they get really interested in the deserted pleasant reactor, then you can go and give that more depth. Then you can go and do a map up for it. You can go and do this and that and the other. But if they're not interested in that, at least you've given them a bit of an idea of what it's about. This is the work smarter, not harder thing. Again, a lot of DMs, they want to put all the effort into the world, and I'm going to be putting the effort into this world because I've decided that sort of it's time to sort of collate all of this sort of shit. I want all of this sort of stuff. I'm going to be putting the depth in, but when you're just writing it out first time, you just need to, if you want to just give them something quick and evocative, a 3-word description and a name, and that gives you your aesthetic. I'm just working aesthetic in there. That's sort of like the way I'm pitching this. And then, a laden poisoned span, boom, done. And then if they go, oh shit, why is that? Why is it poisoned? Oh, because there's spiders all over it. Or, it's a well-known haunt of a fabled assassin who he's definitely there, and he's known to use poison, but some of the rumors about him may or may not be true. And they might want to go and kill him. They might want to go and make friends with him. They might want to go and buy poison with him. You can adjust the depth of your world to that based on these. So that's sort of what the quote unquote aesthetic is for. And sometimes you come up with some interesting sort of a ghoulish free quarantine zone. That's interesting. Why is it free but also ghoulish? Like, have they fallen to hedonism, or are they what's going on there? And it's just it can be a fun little exercise. Like I say, I've got tables in there for shops as well. An iron-handed individual aligned geisha. Well, maybe she's iron-handed because she's individual aligned. Maybe she's maybe she's the chosen concubine of one of the local lords, and she knows she's in a precarious position, so she's iron-handed with her privacy because she's not actually meant to be seeing other clients. Or something like that, That's the aesthetic, to give you an idea. And these, again, this is all me just sort of pushing all of this out, and explaining all of it. Because I'm just running through these sort of high-end rules before I get into the nitty-gritty of it. This is also like that. I think I'm leaning more towards writing than gaming. I don't know if I'm so interested in players and stuff anymore. These are really interesting, but the world building is not going to be for players principally, I don't think. Having said that, let's continue with some considerations for players. So that's your aesthetic. And then your aesthetic plus your map is your minimum quality threshold. to put into a game. I don't know so much. That might just be more of a guideline than a rule, but it is interesting. It might be, that sort of, that'll get you 90% of the way there, I'm pretty sure. If you have those 4 words, name, qualifier, theme, mood, map, that's, once you block it in, all you got to do is block that in, do your room descriptions, and you've got a fully functioning dungeon, and then you've got your mapping types. You've got incarnate, wonder draft, and then by hand. I had a subscription to incarnate when I wrote this. I do not anymore, although I wouldn't mind going back to it because it does seem to be pretty cool. And here we are again. We're doing L's and everything. I'm so gonna sort this fucking... I'm gonna sort these I wonder if one of the, because I've got them all plugged into this, got them both plugged into the same hub. Maybe the hub is only capable of processing commands for one camera. I have heard of that happening based on firmware and stuff like that. Anyway, Incarnate does look pretty good. Yeah, it does, but I don't want dynamicism. I don't want to be talking and gesturing and zooming in and out all willy-nilly. I want it to be static and as boring as possible. Maybe I just change the fucking cameras around so then it's static zoomed in on my face, but I can zoom in and out with the overhead. Maybe that's the way to do it. I'll suss it out anyway, but yes, maybe. Who knows? So your world maps, that's them. Exploration, both pre-drawn and in-game generated outside environments, and indoor, which is dungeons. So that would be like by game. They're the ones you draw as you go. Again, amazing to me, because back when I was playing in like high school and uni and stuff like that, like even playing video games, like you would have a mapper, you would have a purser, a mapper, you would. These days it's like, oh, we have the tank and the controller and the glass cannon and the face man, and it's all just based on the numbers. Back in the day, yeah, you'd have people who actually would use their IRL skills. And then you've got Wonder Draft, Dungeon Scroll, Dungeon Doodler, and by hand for your exploration. And this is all just options, obviously. Equipment, at least a pencil, black, blue, and red pen, ruler, and compass, etc. And, then we go into the mapping whys and wherefores. This is very much... The mapping is... I go into mapping because it's important and a lot of fucking around. I was finding myself farting around with measurements and grid sizes and blah, 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 blah. So I just collated it all into one place, so I didn't have to look at it too hard. And there we go. So those are sort of the basic world design rules, or some central tenets that I like to abide by. Um, yeah, OneNote. I've been running my big creative ideas list. I think it's in iNotes now. iNotes is amazing. It's I reckon at a pinch I could probably get by with only using iNotes and LibreOffice if I got it set up and tinkered with it a little bit. iNotes is yeah, fucking amazing. I don't like OneNote. I don't like Microsoft Word is the industry standard for publishing like long form Word documents, and it does export to PDF and all that. So it does okay. Um, if they didn't have Microsoft Word, I don't know. I don't like all of this extra shit. Yeah, I don't know. OneNote. I don't like this AI stuff. The constant updates. Yeah, and Obsidian. I think I looked at Obsidian. I always get mixed up between Obsidian Portal was what I was looking at before World Anvil actually. Um, okay. So anyway, that's how all of that panned out. I think I've been streaming for 3 hours and 12 minutes now. I think I might go and just go to the loo quickly. I'm assuming it's just you here, Phil. So OneNote's pretty accessible. Like it's not a bad thing. Like this is I think we live in ecosystems these days, right? Like getting ads to fucking OBSBot. Forgive you for taking a break. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm just gonna go to the loo and get some liquid into me. I'll be back soon, and I will. I mean, obviously, I've been going for what, call it 3.5 hours. When I come back, um, I'm gonna be not near. Well, we're more than halfway through. Put it that way. But we'll suss it out when we get there. I'll be back soon, man. I'll be back soon, everyone. Oh, okay. Here we are. We're back. Ding, ding, ding. Now I do have a bunch of creative toys that I can that we'll play with, but I also don't just want to make this all about the toys. The idea is that I've spent the last fucking how many years accumulating the toys, and now I want to use them to build something proper. Firmware. Okay. I think we're going to just do some basic ass shit. So what we might do, redo card as well. Is this? Yeah. I have to keep restarting the capture on this thing. So let's go, in the interest of doing the most basic. Let's just start slow with now I've written all of these. I've read all of this sort of stuff. I think we're just gonna start our journey by create your first article at the bottom of the interface. Click the create button. All right. So this is where we're just going to start. Is there... Is there a map that I have anywhere? I don't think there is. See, okay. I mean, this is the sort of thing I'm talking about. Let's, so, Razgoth. Now, Razgoth, here we go. I mean, there is... That was the start of the world. Like, that was probably the first map I think I did of this iteration of it. Heaven's Graveyard in the middle of it. And yeah, so, and that was, I didn't even think that was really a map of any, that I had a vague idea that was the map that we were looking for, but, or that it was in there. But then I've also got so let's do it's not yeah, so I don't know. Maybe I think the overhead one's maybe the older one. I might have to update the firmware. So, and this is going to be one of the. So this is sort of the meat and potatoes. I've done the. So those are the overarching rules that I'm sort of trying to let govern my, or guide my experience, my world building sort of take. Like I say, I've done it. I haven't done this for all the World of Darkness maps that I've done. The World of Darkness worlds that I've done. I don't think they even. I think I did about 6 maps total, and even then that was only for like demonstration. They weren't like exploration maps. They were more like I'm not going. Okay, so no soft drink because I'm now burpy. Update OBS as well. 4, 5, 6. So we've got 6 tasks after this to get on with the major project. Now, yeah, I only did 6 maps, and that was for. So I haven't done it like for every single one, but I've done a few maps. The one that I just saw was a little bit different to the one that I drew. I wouldn't say that the one that I drew was particularly sort of... The one that I drew on Wonder Draft wasn't like the clearest image that I've had in my head, but it was probably closer than the one that we just saw in that other book. So I'm going to try and sort of iterate on both of those. There are aspects of both of them that I like, even though the one that I've only just shown, kind of accidentally found in a way, was more sort of... The one that I've just found was pretty rough and was only about 3 pencil lines. So this is a sort of basic idea. Going to get our little Kuratoga out. Did that have the Kuratoga medal in it, or am I going nuts? It did not. I think the Kuratoga metal may very well have been in the other pencil case. This is part of the challenge of being a stationary addict. Okay, so, I'm thinking... So I liked the... Now I wanted this one to be really wide. Maybe that one to be short. Okay, that's looking a little bit more like what I've had in my mind. I did actually like the way I had some like curvy bits on this island. Okay. I'm already liking this more. Okay. The one thing I would correct here is that this one doesn't touch that edge. So there is this, the circle that I drew was significant. I don't like that either. And I actually don't like that one much either. I think this one will put into a claw. So the idea is to get weird with it. Okay, this first, I've realised that I got sidetracked with our with all the gear talk and whatnot. So here's what I'm thinking. What I was gonna say was, I've even forgotten what I was going to say. I'm already liking this more. Well, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna show you a bit of an idea that I had. It might actually be in this old journal, and it was this idea of um, yes, so it was, and it was that little diagram there. That a lot, like again, a lot of my stuff is scribbled. This wasn't even a journal. This is a hardcover journal that I had. That diagram there, the black part was where the things you read are, and then the idea was meant to be, and then the red part across the top of that was where I want to take them. And I think it's not a, it's like this isn't a quality axis. This is a personalization axis almost, and this is maybe time or just like a quantity maybe. The more shit you read, the more gets added to here, and then and you get the different things, but then you want to have, they have ideas and you want them to inspire things, but you also want to lay on this big thick layer of where you want to take them, and you want to take the ideas, you know, that's sort of what I want to do here. Phil, I'll probably be around all evening, dude. I don't know. It depends on how much steam I've got left. I've been going for 3.5 hours now, but you know, I want to get a solid start and then maybe come back to it later. So I don't know. I don't know. It's all recorded anyway, baby. So the idea, I want to get weird with everything. Yeah, cool, man. I might be here. You know, we'll see what happens. I might hyperfixate and off we go. Who fucking knows at this rate? So with the idea being that the geography is weird and wonderful and doesn't necessarily need to make sense. The catch with, I think that's actually one of the main things that I want to sort of say. So let's just write down surreal doesn't have to make sense. Yeah, man. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I'm planning on doing this fairly regularly, at least once a week, so we'll see how we go. But yeah, if I'm not here, I'll be around. I'll catch up with you soon. Doesn't have to make sense. And I think, I mean, even then, I find it's interesting. I think you could get an island of this shape if the tectonic plates were the lying in the right way. I mean, I'm through fucking justifying things all the time anyway, to be honest. So I like the idea of there being a couple of islands in the middle, in one of these. I've got a plan. I'm going to leave that one empty. That's the empty one. Maybe the Lost Kingdom. Okay. And I'm actually gonna okay. Maybe a bit of an archipelago out here. Maybe it's the furthest away. I don't know. I'm losing steam. Yeah, that's something along those lines. The idea is that Razgoth is this single island. There is a definitive edge to the known world. It's not this close. The main catch is that this. I'll actually turn the fucking lights on, eh? It's time to fry my retina a little bit. I actually don't mind. I don't know if it's a good sign or not, but I don't actually mind the full blasted LED temperature lights, daylight temperature. Maybe that helps a little bit, seeing as it's starting to get on in the day a bit. It really would be good. Maybe I'll swap these cameras around, because I don't mind it. I do have, actually, if I swapped, maybe the overhead camera is the older one. Swap that one with the. Maybe I just need to update the fucking firmware. If I swap that over with the one that's on the Xbox, over pointed at me at the Xbox, because it would actually be good to be able to zoom this in. I do see the utility of zooming this one in. Well, maybe it's much of a muchness to you. I'm actually. I can actually see a bit better. I dare say the camera might be compensating. The idea is that this up here is the only point. This pinnacle. Yeah, that's a fair point. Maybe fuck. Anyway. Maybe I just need to set the zoom manually. Maybe I can just set the zoom manually. Surely it can do that. Anyway. So, Razgoth. 5 nations, all alike in dignity, in Fair Verona, where we lay our scene. Heaven's Graveyard in the middle. Heaven's Graveyard. So, meteorites, meteor strikes, etc. They're called starfall. Oh, I've got keybinds, dude. I've got 9 scenes. I've got 9 scenes. I've got just my face, my overhead with the face, one to draft with face and overhead. I've got one for the Bjox Studio, one for an Excel spreadsheet, and then 3 static screens. I've got keybinds out the wazoo. I just need to fucking stop the cameras farting around. But yes, we will. These are things that you can only work out when you've actually done them. Like, you can do as many dry runs as you want, unless you jump in and do it. Yeah, man. Well, I do a lot of stuff. And I might not use some of them. Hell, I was looking at streaming Terraria at one point. I don't know what that was that just popped in, but there you go. So Heaven's Graveyard. Now we've got somewhere. So we're going to go Heaven's Graveyard. These are articles. Heaven's Graveyard. This is building to the articles on World Anvil. Now I've got 3. I think what I'll do is this is part of why I love these fucking pencils you got me so much. Black and blue, baby. Baby. So we'll do One Nation. As long as they don't win any more elections. Do 2 Nation. We'll do 3 Nation. Then we do 4. We have an island, an isolated island setup, archipelago. We have this was something else that I had in the original Razgoth. During the winter, this part of the sea freezes and provides access to this island, and there's something special on that island. There's also something weird on that little tiny island there as well as everywhere else. But you know, for the purposes of this, how there it is. Okay. We've got a. So this will be the irregular stuff. Will be this one. This thing, that's the Lost Island. We're not sure what's going on there. It could be an underwater thing. Could be Atlantis. It could be lost. It could be gone. We don't know. We don't know. Now, the other thing is that there is a... So, the big catch is that somewhere in here is the one quote-unquote good city. The conceit of Razgoth being a gothic world is that all of these guys are bad guys. This is the last peninsula. It is unclaimed. This sea is a shallow, swampy sea. And this is Poison Span. There you go, baby. See? Poison fucking Span. There's actually a reason why this is the way it is, which we'll get to. Now, do I have a red? I'm sure I've got a... Oh, there we go. A big red one. Big red one. I've got it, Phil. I've got it. I got the Posca. Okay, so here's the other thing, right? These are the borderlands. Ooh, there's actually an island right there too. So these little spots in here are what's known as the borderlands, and they are sort of contested areas. The one thing I would have changed on this this map is maybe making the borderlands a little bit bigger. But anyway, and then there's the whole fucking area. This, so I don't know if, I mean, Phil, yeah, man, I'll catch you later. Okay. So, we've got the nation of Hyber, Tormenta, with Tormentans. No worries, man. Hybart, Tormentor. What was the other one? Horendoza. And their demonym is the Horendozi. So you need 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So those are nations. This is Razgoth. So, Heaven's Graveyard. 1, 2, 3, 4. You've got 3 Borderlands. 1, 2, 3. You've got the Archipelago. You've got the Last Peninsula. I'm going to call it the Lost Peninsula. You've got the frozen part, Big Island, the Little Island. You've got 3 islands top left. Got your archipelago. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seas / oceans. The Last City. Heaven's Graveyard. Gates. Earth or Sa. God, I've been waiting a while to get that one out. Right. And I think that is all of the extant features at the moment. Ooh, okay. So 4 nations, 3 borderlands, the archipelago, the Last Peninsula, the Big Island, the Little Island, the frozen part, 3 islands, 1, 2, 3, the Last City, Heaven's Graveyard Gates, Earth Orsar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 oceans. Right. So that, I mean, those are the first parts of it. So this is zoomed out, and then around the outside is the Grand Occlusion. So, nations. Hyber. Tormenta. Orendoza. And a fourth. You got 3 Borderlands. Island Archipelago. Three islands top left. Frozen Sea. Big Island. Small Island. City. And the Grand Occlusion. Three Borderlands, the Archipelago. 3 islands top left. Frozen Sea. 5 seas, oceans, the last city. The last peninsula. Earth Orsar and Heaven's Graveyard. Gates. Season of Atrocity. Okay. Pretty solid start. And this gives us the seeds for some writing, which is what we're always all about here. I think it happens when we click off. 13,300 and fucking hell. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I don't know where I got... I'm just going to go off that for a moment. Let's just... I just want to see if I've got my... Where did I have... I thought I had all this stuff in this Liber Mundorum. Wait. No, that's the narration. Full face. Yeah. I'm just, could have sworn that I had all of this stuff. Did I write it down in here? To Gruff Journal. I don't know what I'm... Alright, never mind. I could have sworn that we had... here we go. Scope theme. Oh, let's not worry about that just yet. Let's worry about... Where did I have all of that stuff about Starfall and... Gaming. Cool Burgers. D&D. Let me just see. Yeah, we're rooting around. I just want to. Didn't I have a. What is your fridge magnet situation? Chaotic. Okay. You. It's I've got some of mum's fridge magnets up there. I've got my little brick that kills my phone. I've got a Menton print. It's all sorts of chaotic. I've got a chicken bone. I've got a wishbone on there that I've had for about the last 15 years. Got the net profits from Coles and Woolies and Commonwealth Bank in 2022. And a bunch of other stuff. That's a bunch of mum's little treasures that she had. It's a photo of me with my new car. That was the latest thing to go up. It's truly phenomenal. I've got a religious pamphlet. See, saying all of this shit out loud again as I'm hearing myself, I'm like, maybe you do have ADHD, dude. I've got the. Is it the Johos? They come round and told me that the rapture was going to happen. So it's pretty fantastic. Got my car rego fucking got my car rego card up there as well because I pay in installments. Yes, as it should be indeed. I'm trying to find my. I had a really good. World intro for the old one, for the old world. and I can't fucking find where I've put it. Maybe I need to search. Can I search that? Zero articles found. Okay, so it's obviously not in Le Old Razguth. Is it in Grimnir's Wasteland? Zero matches found. So where did I put it? It must be in my notepad somewhere. Come on. Oh, good gravy. I put in all of this stupid work. To try and I got it all worked out, and now I've lost the note that I had that I thought was going to be really awesome. What's the bet I hand wrote it? What's the bet I hand wrote what I'm looking for? Ah. Alright. No. Let's do it. Okay. Razgoth. Set your world's date. Good gravy. Let's not. I don't want to set the date of the world. Yeah. Oh man, it's the world I live in. Hey, the amount of times. That's an overstatement. It doesn't happen often, but when I lose something, good golly, I'm like, where is it? What have you done? Wait. I mean, to give you an idea, and this is, then I've got 3. This is how I originally wrote those lists that are in the book. I printed them all out. I wrote them by hand. I didn't hand check them. I tableized them, and then I deleted and rooted out all of the like the double entries. There's 400 entries. There's 400 entries per category. And oh, there we go. There's some useful stuff that I just picked up because I've done it double-sided. I'm sure I didn't handwrite it because I used the @ tag. What do the Germans call them? Snails or something? Let's go with this for the time being, shall we? So we're going to go with create your first article. We're just going to let's run the assignments. Create your first article. Let's talk about the first city. The last city. Sorry, it's the last city. So, open article. Building, character, country, god, deity, location, settlement, condition. So I have all of this stuff noted down. And I'm going to fill out at least, I think it's 5 of each of these categories or something. Building, geography. Vast galaxies down to continents, islands, mountains, rivers and winds. Individual landmarks. Defensive walls. So where is organization, religion, settlement? There we go. Here we go. So we're creating, and we're going to call it the last city. Hello. 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 Pronunciation. We don't need. Okay. Timeline. Let's stop overthinking all of this shit, shall we? Subheading to display. Okay. Let's go. The last holdout of those who have not fallen to their stain. Crouched hard. Crouched hard in the Death Deep. Rivulet, what do they call it? Rift. Death Deep Rift. Ooh, we can even do. And that is geography. Crouched hard in the Death Deep. Oh, okay. Alright. The last holdout of those who have not fallen to their stain. Wait, no, content. That depends. I'm amazed you didn't make a P joke there, to be honest. Is fallen a condition? Yes, fallen is a condition. Oh, what? Did I just click off that and that killed the thingo? I think it did. I clicked off the thingo and it just... All right, here we go. Hello, the last city. Fucking rude. Subheading. If only they knew how easy it would be to find us. Oh, that's exciting. That's a little bit exciting. Content. The last refuge for those who have not fallen. Ah, what the fuck? No, come on, man. Don't fucking do this to me. Alright, fine. Bova. Bova, Tillerman's Village. X. Bova. Yeah, that's the idea. What about his Ford story? No one ever talks about their Ford story. Yes, they do. That's exactly the sort of thing that people talk about, and then I go, "Shut up! I don't want to hear about it." So that's very unfair of me. I'm sorry. Okay, come on. Don't be rude to me. Bova. Yes. This thing isn't even saving properly. And oh my god, this is okay. Show me. Ah, here we go. All right. Let it grow naturally as you play. I'm not interested in playing. This is the thing. You might have missed. You might have missed the part of this 5 hour long. that's that's about a quarter of what I've written on my on 13 D&D universes. It's grown naturally. It's not. This isn't me making things up. Like, this is me trying to collate, and that's my starting list there. Yeah, I've got it. I just need to organize it all because it's all like it's all over the shop, and I've gotten too caught up on the technicals, like the technicalities of everything. If only they knew how easy it would be. There we go. Yeah, it's this isn't me building it like off apropos of nothing. Like I've got literally about something like 20. I want to say, so those four, those aren't full, those are in progress. I want to say, so with those it would be just over 20 A4 journals, Moleskine journals, full to the brim of words, and there's a couple of A5 journals. I think A5 journals are actually the way to go these days. But yeah, I'm just trying to organize it into some general sort of sense, cogent sort of format. Crouched hard in the Death Deep Rift. I mean, this has got. I think I did so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. This has got 15 things on it as my starting thing. And then I've got Heaven's Graveyard, 4 Kingdoms, 1 Realm. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8, although one of those looks like a general note. 19 total location. 19 major locations on the prom. So that'll be like a going forward. This is what you need. So I've got things to be going on with. I'm just trying to do. Yeah, I'm trying to embrace the fun of it, I think is the main thing, Mark, because I got too caught up. The old Razgoth was full of like meta documents and like, this is what tabaxi are like in this world, and this is what alignments do what things, and here's tips on playing a Loxodon, and just like not enough of like the actual world and what the world was like. So yeah. This fucking thing. I need to find a remedy for this. This window capture thing keeps dropping out on me. I'm not a huge fan of that. On the southern edge of the... Crouched hard in the Death Deep Rift on the southern edge of the graveyard fence. Oh. All 5 peninsulae. There's a question. Good to have the minutiae. Well, yeah, so so all of that stuff is behind the curtain. And it wasn't that hard to keep a track of when it was just going week to week. You could just like run, you could create things week to week, whole cloth, and a lot of it would be forgotten after 2 weeks. But it was just the big name stuff that sort of kept going. But now I wanna create a wiki. That's the basic idea. The cool question is, peninsula. Is it peninsulae or peninsulas? Peninsula plural. Oh, so it's both. Or either. Oh, God. Oh, no. Okay, well, I like Peninsulae. It's a strange melting pot of all 5 Peninsulae refugees. That managed to escape stainless. Yeah. Yeah, it's that's how you do it, eh? That's But we so which one do you prefer? You gotta. I feel to comment on what you said before. I feel like communal gardening could be a very good or a very very bad thing depending on who you were doing it with, like which community. Having said that, the people who I feel like the people who are into communal gardening are gonna be pretty cool. Like we're not tending Hitler's rose garden, for example. Yep. Yeah, I'm going with AE. Man. Okay, so we need OBSBot software and we need stop window stream dropping out OBS. Because holy cannoli. What is it? Window capture. Okay. Oh no, you've got a HOA. Oh man, actually, it other dude who's around, Phil, he gets into communal gardening. Yeah, let. I mean, this is it. I can understand like not wanting to, with the way seeds spread and whatnot. It's like, oh, Maud let her tomatoes grow to seed. Now everyone's got to weed out tomatoes this year or whatever. I do get it. Or your pumpkin runners, running into Boris's, potato patch. He needs those potatoes, man. But I feel like it's so easy for them to go overboard. fuck off. Oh. Oh, fantastic. Let's say 15. No, 10 years ago. That's good enough. Look at us go. We're doing so well. Event. Give me an event. Conflict. It's a conflict. Yeah, Gorse. Yeah. Yeah, well, see, I can understand HOA getting involved with that, but that's how they fucking get you, right? They... and it's so easy. Like, the system is, like, lends itself to them starting to police you for, you know, yeah, growing your broccolini, strawberries, and chives. Exactly. It's bullshit. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, right. How big's your plot? How big's your plot there? We're probably getting... Yeah, let's go with numinous for the moment, hey? Hello is protected by a numinous barrier. Oh, ah, well, I've finished up the map. I'll show it to you in a minute. And I've got to collate 3 documents. I'm writing 1 article on Hallow. So I'll type all of this shit out and then I'll collate it and then I think I'm done. I'll tell you what, I'm fucking loving this inline. Yeah, nice. Acre's not too bad. Um, what's been great listening? The birds and the bugs. Sorry. Yeah, bird struck and bug eaten. Is that what we're listening to, or are we talking about this? Um, Present throughout the city's limits, and provide some of the citizens here with housing, amongst other things. Alright, I think we're gonna... Inhabitant demonym. Alright, founding date. Gonna put ruins, question mark. Okay, we're gonna say... thanks, dear. Where are you? So, Phil, if you're there, Phil, Mark's one of my mates from high school. Mark is communal gardening, which I know that you've been into. Where are you? And Mark is flying off. I'm assuming that's for work. Where are they sending you into like some other armpit of the world for you to fucking blow up somewhere? I don't fucking know. Haven't you blown everything up? I mean, I know it's not you blowing everything up, but still, God. The listen to you. I really would love this window capture to work regularly, like reliably. I feel like it's just not. It's dropping out all the time. Founding date. Okay, timeline. So 50 years. See, this is what I mean by steal from everything else. 50 years was too good for... was too easy for Razgoth. We're going to say... why don't we go 3995 KR. 10 years ago. There we go. Founders. Founders. Braden and Boban. I'm gonna Hexad. Okay, let's go Hexad. We're going to make it witchy and weird. Hexad meaning... I know that a triumvirate is a group of 3. A hexad is a group of 6. Let's see if we can work that up. What are other... So, a group of 10 name. Because I know, is it a quinquivirate? Is a group of 5? Wait. Quinquivirate is a group of 5. Call them the twin quins. 2 groups of 5. Yeah. See, here we go. Let's do... Okay. So we're going to call them twin quin. The Twin Quin Conclave. How's that for a fucking tongue twister? And they are an organization. Wait, go again. You didn't give me a chance to... No. Ah, fuck off. Hello. So, we are calling it the Twin Quin Conclave, but we are also going to... Let's keep this shit tight, son. So we're going to call it Twin Quin Conclave. Come on, baby. Oh, come on, don't be like that. Pentagonate. Is it Pentagonate? I feel like you just... Yeah, there's Plantagenet, which was the fucking... The French inbreds, were they? Yeah. Oh, they held the English throne. There we go. I just thought they were a bunch of fucking frogs. Communal Gardens of the Twin Queen Conclave. I am enjoying the communal garden thing. Maybe I'll just... I mean, there is a death garden. There is like just a straight up garden called the Death Garden. Oh. Oh, because it's French bread. You guys, fucking hell. What a thigh slapper. Motherfuckers. Oh, now I'm shit scared to fucking... Okay, let's try it. Let's just go crazy. Amongst other things. Okay, and we're going to go... something... Yeah, because you... Attempt to fix summit. Here we go. This is fantastic. No, don't. Oh, thank fuck for that. Yeah, you guys haven't got any fucking... Yeah, Plantagenet. The Plantagenet line were... I didn't know they were in England, actually. I thought they were just France. I think they were... Wasn't he a character in... One of the Plantagenets was in... Oh, wow. The thing's tracking now. That's what the pink light is. I've got to learn to put my phone away. I've been pretty good, actually. It's just when it's in my line of sight that it's a problem. Wasn't he a character in Asterix? He was one of the... There was a Plantagenet guy in there, and he was one of Caesar's buffoons at one point. That's how I know him. But I thought they were French. Dynamicism. Oh. Yeah, the... I know, the dynamicism's amazing. But I don't care about the dynamicism, is the problem. Again. I mean, it's not too bad. It's kind of weird that the camera appears to be moving and the camera is not on a gimbal or anything. Let's go. So hopefully this thing's... Okay. Twin Queen Conclave. And we'll create that. I want... No. Oh, here we go again. You gotta... Oh, wait. Founders, Maybe you can't create the category here. Okay. The last city. Skinville. Pejorative. It's been too long. It's never too long to since you've thought of Asterix. I'm not proud of. Like, I stopped fucking paying any attention to Asterix in about grade 9, I think. It wasn't until about 5 years ago that he came back on the radar, and I realised that Getafix's fucking name was about being high. I was like, that's interesting. But I didn't realise they would have had such a... population. Okay, they're on the back foot. This is the last holdout city of the entire world. Let's put it in as... What do you reckon? $20K? Is $20K enough people? Yeah, let's put $20K for now. Inhabitant demonym. Halloween. Or a lighter. Pejorative. Location under. / owner, owning rank, owning organization, That's, none of that is relevant. I'm hoping this is all saved. Brisbane is 2.7 million people. Yeah, kind of wild, isn't it? Isn't it almost? Is it about to hit 2.8, or was it 2.6 and it has hit 2.7? Because the idea that it's grown by like 100,000 people since I moved here is fucking bananas. Yes, it's much smaller than Brisbane because they're being actively hunted by a bunch of supernaturally insane people. I'll tell you all about it. But yes, it's smaller than Brisbane. It's much... This is what I mean about the Gothic. It's meant to be like... Not even... Like, this place is a safe place, but it's not meant to be like, oh, okay, we're just here. This was a big problem with the original Razgoth, because I was sort of hoping it'd be like, okay, we're hard Scrabble life. It's crazy. It's, we're under the thumb, and a lot like the players. It like, and this is my inexperience, but it was very much like, oh no, we're just gonna go out, and like the orcs were still like not really a threat, and we were still in the force of good. I don't know. Bases, no, fuck that. I've already got a World of Darkness fucking world going. They're both disgusting, so whatever works for you. Okay, and there we go. In the one article, I've managed to. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 hashtags. Okay. Write your first article. We did. Introducing the slash menu. Exploring the slash menu. I think we're gonna add an image to your building article. Okay, let's depart from this for the moment. So we'll do that, but I'm gonna write out my to-do list To-do list. Okay, so initial... Oh, wait, here we go. Alright. Oh, there's a... To do, build world. Yeah, that's the no-no though, isn't it? It's because that's that doesn't the steps aren't discreet enough. They can't fit it on the fridge. The fridge has no room. Pretty lady on fridge. Oh, come on, baby. Don't be like that. I don't like you need to be just hit. Okay. The forces of light. Oh, here we go. We're not seeing... I don't like this fucking this window capture isn't working very well. Why don't we do display capture, but we'll do the Cintiq. Let's see how that works. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's part of the, like, capturing the window capture is not is crashing often enough for it to be annoying to me. I was hoping I could just have a hotkey to refresh it, but it's another thing that I don't want to be fucking messing around with. Yeah, I mean, I think this thing that I've got is a Cintiq, but I think I'd need to downgrade the driver or some shit. I don't know. It's beyond my ability to. I couldn't be fucked at the moment. So I'm trying to collate, like I say, like all of this. I'll get all of this shit in, and then I'll have another bit of a look at this map, and then I think I'm done. That will be a start. I've got to figure out the camera, the window capture, there's a few sort of behind the scenes things that I probably won't do today because I've been at it for 5.5 hours now. But yeah, I'll just get all of this shit collated in. So what did we have here? We had Hyber. Tormentor. Horrendosa. Yeah. Yeah, we'll get there. Strong start. Seven evil empires. That's. I mean, this is all. I'm going off an old to-do list here that I wrote yonks ago. Does it? If I hold it up over there. Okay, so it's tracking my face, not my. What happens when I? Oh, it's kind of weird because like it's just a little. There's no zoom, like physical zoom. I'm pretty sure this is all just digital zoom. But whatever, Trevor. Seven evil empires. Oh, this to-do list's gonna get long. So this is going forward. Yeah, see, that's dropped out as well. Well, I mean, there's yeah, AI. I mean, no, part of the reason I'm doing this is because I'm not keen at all on AI. I still don't know what the fuck we're doing. It is some black pill shit, having like the thing that I'm working on my whole life and people are just outsourcing it to a computer. whilst simultaneously saying to me that I don't have a ticket that lets me scrub toilets for money. Like, I just, it amazes me how fucking dumb we all are. So I mean, obviously, I'm never gonna give. I don't think I'm gonna give anything. What I want to do is the only reason I want to give anything to AI is for it to format the thing. I would love to be able to have a program that was set up and it didn't fucking like scrape my work and all of that and do generative content. I would love for a program to just be set up so that I could give my work to it, give it an unformatted Word thing and say, hey, format this so I can send it like, APA standard so I can submit it to this publication, go. And it does it, it spits it out, I can check it over and then send it off. I would love that. I don't know. I had a mate's new girlfriend and she was like, oh, you could use AI to write the books you want to write. And I was like, immediately, I was like, why? Like, that's the thing I want to do. I just don't. Why would I the one advantage that I've had in my life, like I've been poverty stricken and it's cost me relationships and money and sanity and mental health and all of these sorts of things. The one advantage I've had is that it's enjoyable to do in the moment. I've actually quite enjoyed today. It's not going as smoothly as I'd like, but it's a little bit like it's been good and productive and it's not like pulling teeth. Why would I take that and give that to a robot to do? Like, I don't know. It's such a... I'm not saying that's what you're wanting to do, but yeah, I just don't. I want to get into my notes and collate them and go through. And yes, it's a big job and it's not all going to be fun and games all the time, but like at the end of the day, like, this is what I've been wanting to do with my life, not fucking, I don't know, there's we're getting so used to the point being it's the logical conclusion of like the Uber Eats sort of mindset where it's like, what's the shortest path between input and result? Like, I don't want to enter my card details. I don't want to wait for the food. I don't want to wait. I don't want to have human contact. I don't want to have any of that. I want to pick what I want and then have it get here as quickly as possible. And that it's the logical conclusion to that. Some fucking tech bro going, oh, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that is exactly the use case for AI, right? Like, cutting through all the cruft, cutting through all the cruft from before. Yeah, that's like I say, the organizational stuff. I saw a dude a little while ago, and it annoyed me because I think he deleted he was like a no-name like D&D YouTuber. He had like 20 followers, and I can't find it again, but he was like, yeah, AI is actually really good at like generating like graph paper. Like, if you want a custom graph paper, you can just tell it what you want, and because it's all like linear and stuff, you can just go, yeah, council bureaucracy, exactly. Like, it also begs the question to me, like, how much of this shit is actually relevant if we just need the computer to do it. I just, yeah, yeah. It was, if you wanna, if you wanna, a 1.3 millimeter graph paper in A5 size, and I think he even managed to get it. He was like, look, let's say for some reason you need it 10 centimeters on one side and 9 centimeters on the other side, and you need them all to run perfectly. Let's say you're doing like a Fibonacci spiral or something. Like you can viably do that with AI. But then you take it and you draw on it. You draw on it, and it's given you the framework. I think, like Mark, that's you you've got the tools and it's helping you make sense of the tools, but you're still making sense of them. Again, these guys who are, it's that fucking that meme of the kid who's like, "Hey Grok, what should I do?" And it's like, "Drink water." Oh, you're so smart. Yeah. Okay. I think. So I'm just going to go through this quickly and make sure I've got. So, I've just done up my little to-do list. You know. See, it's still dropping out. I wonder if this would be remedied with TV. This one of these old, quote unquote, old TVs. Oh yeah, there's you can go and do Incompetech and whatnot. Like there absolutely are websites. I think he was more using it as a use case. Like that is an example of a thing that you could use AI for. Like that's what we should be using. That's the level. Maybe not the specific task, but that's the level that we're using it at. Not make me like illustrate this book for me. Like that's not an appropriate use of AI. Give me, generate the color palette and give me the hex codes. That sort of thing. Like it's not the graph paper. Does that make sense? Okay. One realm, four kingdoms, seven evil empires, the Celestium Militarum, Cosmology. Cosmology as you designed it. Furious not all of this shit's gonna be on. Oh wait, are these all? Oh, it's in alphabetical order, boys. Oh, that makes... Alright. There would be boxes of horse... Yeah, exactly. And they wouldn't take... Yeah, they wouldn't take the horse fertilizer out of the boxes either. It would just be... It'd be on top of it. Like, literally... Just on top of it. Mages, remnants, Thanavenica. I think we'll call the last nation Thanavenica, hey? The Darkling Menage a Trois. The Eschatologists Guild. Seem to like my definite articles. It's The Season of Atrocities. The Storm Accords. Vampires in Razgoth. Vestiges. Four Wildernesses? Oh yeah, missed that one. Alright, so that's one that I can photograph and bin. Gorse code. Ah ha ha. Alright. Let's do... Oh, it's all there, baby. Yeah, cool. Let's do... Meta. World meta. How about that? Razgoth meta. Here we go. Oh, yes. Okay. The communal gardens, is this on the to-do list, or are you just... I mean, TCG, is that the TCG? Is that what we're going on? Okay. 3.8% complete. What the fuck? Theme. Exactly. Oh, God, I hope so. One of the themes of this is nature hates you. The world is dangerous. See, I don't think that this would the world is dangerous. Exploring is lethal. Nature remembers violence. Make it depressing and disturbing, but stay away from bigotry and fascism. Right. Fucking hell, that was 11% of the world meta. That's fucking nuts. Let's add a notebook in. Notebook 2. Razgoth notes and roughs. Create. Synopsis from Black folder. Fucking hell, been going almost 6 hours, boys. Bloodline map. Spotify embed. YouTube embed. What fucking... Might embed this this stream in its own article. A vast land, verdant and super-coloured. The land merely tolerated us, twisted and dark, bound by horrid deep oceans and walling star scare above. Oh. There was blood here, and it had soaked into the world's soul. Oh, it's too edgy 5U who might live in the cities See, Artax. It's like the second time in 3 days someone's made an Artax reference. Yeah. The amount of time, like, reading this sort of stuff, I'll read it in a second. Long let lay fallow. Oh, the Fire Nation. I mean, this was the synopsis from... So this was years ago that I wrote this, but again, trying to collate everything. So this is the world synopsis for Razgoth. A vast land, verdant and super-coloured. The land merely tolerated us, twisted and dark, bound by horrid deep oceans and walling star scare above. There was blood here, and it had soaked into the world's soul. Home might live in the cities, in amongst the psyche-scarred riven masses. Certainly it did not exist in the strange wilderness ere the old times had long let lay fallow. No, the wild places were indeed touched by that ancient blood and swirling nightmares. Doom clustered in at the edges of broken light that far-off angels might have sent. Who knew? Indeed. Gardens are already great again. Make gardening mandatory. I'm not making gardening anything. Yeah, and that's... I think this is where I get a little bit... It's challenging for me because I'm writing it and not playing it. I'm wanting to do all the crazy weird shit. I'm not putting lesbianism in. I'm not putting any lesbianism in. Sex doesn't exist anywhere. Least of all here, Mark. Thank you. I think, but see, players, like, this is it, that they want to be able to kill the bad thing, and again, it's the power fantasy, and this is why I get bored with D&D. Like, I ended up having to say, guys, I'm bored to tears with this shit, because there's only so many ways. Like, but see, roll, big number, good number. Oh man, I'm done. There's only so many ways I can give that to you, and it still be interesting to me. Like, if that's all you want it to be, go play a video game. Like, that's where I'm at. Again, so we're immersing in and reading stuff like that. I sort of go, yeah, this was meant to be like a weird fucking... I don't know. Okay. So there is all of that. The loci. So I've got that in there. And I've got that one in there. Fantasy. Oh, oof. I'm unfamiliar with that reference. Sorry. I just saw LEBES. That there were enough letters in there for me to just scan it and go lesbianism. I don't know what living space is. I'm busy. I'm so busy. I don't get the reference, sorry. Okay, got that. And Not Out of the Woods. Yep. Nature hates you. The world is dangerous. Exploring is lethal. Nature remembers violence. See, it was meant... Yeah, I don't know. I just don't... Like I say, 3 edgy, 5 you, but still fucking... More, I don't know, for me, just more exciting. Again, completely understanding that it's not... I'm wanting to tell stories and other people are wanting to play games. I got sick of... I watered it down a lot. The original Razgoth was... Yeah, it came out. But it was just very vanilla. Again, it was just... Okay, great. So we got everything there. So that's 2 done. Now, I'm going to go through this. Let me go through this map quickly and scrape off all the bits and pieces that I want to off that, and then I'll explain it a little bit. No, that doesn't work, does it? We're learning computers. Cyberdyne system. Model 101. Where are the to-dos? Here we go. So, I really need to work this fucking... I mean, I guess this isn't... Yeah, telling stories. Well, again, I keep coming back to... That's the thing that makes D&D interesting. Like it's a very strange thing. Like I keep thinking when you're down the pub with your mates, I come back to this example again and again and again. When you're down the pub with your mates, you're not talking about, oh, and then he rolled a 7 and then I rolled a 10 and then he rolled a, like, the numbers aren't the fun thing. It's what you're doing in, like, what those numbers mean, that the thing that the numbers abstract to. That's what the fun part is, that all the crazy kooky shit that you get up to. I mean, of course it's fun when you roll a 20, but that's a 5% chance. I'm continually baffled by, like, Magic the Gathering again, because they got this lovely, like, lush fantasy setting, and it's like, oh yeah, but it's all math, it's all hard math, and I think that's why a lot of, like, neurodivergent people are attracted to it, because they don't need to, again, they don't need to deal with, is this, did I do well or did I do bad? It's just, oh, number good, my number bigger than his, I win. Like, it's simple, it's cut, it's dried. Charisma, again, when you make a charisma roll, you don't have to wonder about, shit, am I talking to this girl okay? It's more like, oh, I rolled badly, this went badly. And you just know. But that's not what, again, there's a tension, because that's not what the game is about, you know. Kobolds ate my baby. I would love to know when poor old Lindy Chamberlain is gonna get a pass. I think we're gonna, Four Kingdoms. So, Four Kingdoms, Four Nations. So, Four Nations. I don't know if I like the kingdoms. That was another thing. Old Razgoth had 25 kingdoms because I was splitting by race as well as a few other things. Again, I'm always, okay, there are racial kingdoms, but there's also, like, other ones that are melting pots and diaspora and all of that. And I ended up with 25 kingdoms, and it was like, well, how do I make the world feel like this is what I don't know if you're still there, Phil, but, like, this is the learning, this is the process, because I mean, all of this, nature remembers violence, exploring is dangerous, blah 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 blah. Yeah, yeah, there you go. See, Dwarf Fortress. You are, Phil. You're always there, waiting, watching, yearning. Um, it's hard to. It was hard to make the world feel dangerous. Yeah, yeah. 25 Kingdoms was. I mean, again, that's the scale that I tend to think of. Yeah, yeah. That's. I mean, you don't, with the hunter punching rabbits. I do find quite often a lot of people, they tend, almost, well, maybe not, like, it's when they exclusively, um oh, I don't, let's my thing with the punching rabbits, yeah, that is a great story, but when it's just a fucking clown show the whole time, like, that's what I find. I know I'm sounding like a miserable prick here, but, like, I did get a lot of players like that. They were like, oh, well, I don't know what else I can do, so I'm just gonna be funny. And it was, again, it's wearing. Um, but yeah, that is definitely, I'd prefer them punching rabbits than hearing about the hit points, the level of the hit points, and all of this sort of shit. Um, yeah, discovery of each of them is played. I mean, it's still the world, right? Like, you keep in mind, like, this is part of my beef with like languages in D&D. Like, yeah, like I say, the problem was, think about it again, the languages. We've got one race on Earth, and we have something like 600 languages. I mean, granted, there's less than that, like language families and whatnot, but can you imagine a world where there's, what was it, like 18 races or whatever? Like, if you gave, let's say you gave half, if each base race in D&D had a kingdom, and when I say kingdom, like, it could just be one little, dot. There's what, 6, 7, 8, somewhere in there. And then go, each of your big evil races, go your orcs, your gobos, your illithids, your your werekind, your fucking, your subaquatic crew. Let's say there's 2 elven kingdoms, because there's the Qualinesti and the Solinesti in Dragonlance. Like, it's not hard to blow out to 25 kingdoms if you look at it like that. Like, this is, I know a lot of places, and that's a maximalist approach, but that's how it be, right? Like, you get a player that says, "Oh, I want my Loxodon to be from, his own sovereign land." It's like, well, here is a sovereign land. Where does he fit into that for the Loxodon? So that's why there were 25 kingdoms. Of course, the catch is that it is then very hard to. I found there were also something like 14 what I was calling the Darkling nations. No, you don't need to know the ins and outs of, yeah, that's it. You don't need to, again, you don't need to investigate all 25 of them personally. They can just be like, sometimes you only need to mention them once. Yeah, there's, so yeah, again, you want, I also had something like 14 nations of this fucking OBS pissing me off. No, I don't want to go for it. This is the whole point. This is why I was saying about that this is all explaining why, and I know I don't have to justify it, but explaining why the one city in this Razgoth only has 10,000 people, because that's what I want to, like, that's the mood I'm going for. It's very hard to make 25 kingdoms. You invent 14 evil nations, and I think I had 2 neutral ones. So you can provide a threat to those 25 kingdoms. So you're trying to balance all of these things and make it make sense, but the scope is blowing out. And yes, you do absolutely only have to mention, you know, I think I had, and then there were, you know, there was a bunch of wildernesses and, you know, yeah, exactly right. This is, well, it's not. There's no relation between the new and the old. This is there's no relation between the 21 the 25 kingdoms and then the one kingdom that is now. It's all I've done. I've basically filed the name off old Razgoth, and I'm redoing everything from the ground up. And there will be other parts of it in there. Oh, here we go. There will be other parts. There will be parts of the old one in there, but there's not 25 kingdoms. There's five. There's five kingdoms, maybe six, depending. It's early days yet, and these the rest of the world's gone crazy. So the Hallow is the last city on Earth that's got sane people in it. That's sort of where we're going with that. Hyber, Tormenta, Orendoza. 4, yep. Alright. Yeah. Yeah. It's all. And then the 12 Fire Nations attacked. Man, the 12 Fire Nations, there was so much fire. They got Jane Goodall too. And both of her gnomes. It took 2 of those. They ended up recruiting the extra 2 Fire Nations. There was a Plantagenet of Fire Nations. They recruited the extra 2 just to attack Jane Goodall and both of her fucking gnomes. And man, they fucking got her. There was so much fire. Half of the other fucking Fire Nations were like, fuck yeah, that's an easy target. And they fucking went back to Benghazi on Jane Goodall and both of her gnomes. The gnomes deserved it. She didn't, though. Hashtag rip. Yeah, but that's how, you know, again, when you're working on full-time shit, when you're doing things full-time, and again, I had, again, earlier, hours ago now, 4 hours ago, I had 4 games running in the same area, same world. There, see? There you go. Yeah, so this is part of the again, there's that tension between world building for a game and then making it believable, and and I know, like, it's easy to do a small believable world, but I'm off on my shit. As long as I wasn't sure, like, Jane Goodall is pretty legendary, so I didn't want to overdo it, but those fucking gnomes, man. God damn them. Okay. Oh, Nibiru. There we go. Okay. I'm collating in this last fucking to-do list, which I got off the map, and then I can just look at the map once more, and we can go from there. This is me sort of setting my feet before I got all the kind of technical and explanation shit out of the way, so I feel like I've got a bit of a better idea of what's going on. It's been a fucking rough year, boys. It hasn't really stopped since last year. But we're getting there. There it goes again. It dropped out. Yeah, I don't like this display capture. Although I wonder about its worth, because I'm really just showing off what is happening on fucking oh yeah, man. Keep on trucking. It's fucking hard, man. it's, and I know, like, yeah, I'm not getting a chance to refill my cup again. This is part of engaging with this stuff properly, because I'm not getting a chance to fill my cup. Bad shit keeps happening, and I'm like, okay, I'll recover. I'll take some time and I'll recover, and then another bad thing happens, and it might not even necessarily be a bad thing that happens to me, but it's happened to people I care about that I have to then step up for, and it's like, okay, and I keep going back in, and yeah, it's a bit tough. um I'm hoping there's not much more that I can sort of lose, but you know, I am keeping my head up. It's just, fuck, I'm tired, man. I I mean, this is in the depths. This is 6.5 hours into um this stream, so you know, I doubt that relevant people are gonna ever see it, but I got dumped on Thursday. um I'm pretty sure Jane, I mean, she only died, what, last year, 2024 or something, like 2024, 2025. Harambe's been dead for like over 10 years at this point, man. I'm sure she would have seen all of the memes. It just yeah, I got dumped, and it wasn't good. I'm not going to go into it right now, but like, just, I got dumped on Thursday. I went let's just say I went to a mate's place to sort of lick my wounds and recover. Now, I was in Rockhampton. I live in Brisbane. I was in Rockhampton. I got dumped not out of the blue. I was kind of expecting it, but not in the way it went down. And I only had the steam to get to the place, to my mate's place. It was like 4 hours down the track. I got to my mate's place, and I didn't have a good time there either. I ended up having to leave. I drove out of that place, so I got dumped Thursday morning. I drove out of the place I was at on Friday night at about 11:30 because shit went down, and I got back to Brisbane at, it was about 4 o'clock on Saturday morning, and I was fucked. I'm so tired, man. And I do appreciate it, guys. I do appreciate the support. You know, you've both been good eggs, and you know, I feel like this is part of it's very, it's not strange, it's good. It's yeah, yeah, right. It's like, I haven't had anything to drink. I haven't wanted to. I mean, I never smoked or anything, but you know, I could probably get some smoko if I wanted to. There's other stuff I could be doing. Hell, I could be wandering around the streets at night causing mischief if I wanted to. Like, but it's because of like social contact like this, and you know, it is just words on a screen at the moment, but it does help. It's just, yeah, it would be nice if, yeah, things worked out. It's yeah, it's just been, I don't want to like get down in the dumps, like fixating on it. You got to walk a very fine line with bad times, as we're calling them. Like you got to you got to like give it, you got to grieve things and vent and all of that and have a whinge, but then you've also got to like get the fuck over it and move on and do constructive things. It's a very sort of, yeah, interesting time of it, but I do appreciate it, guys. Oh yeah, man. Look, I fucking Nunda Library, God, what a fucking. I mean, I've still got my booking over there. Bit of a madhouse, though, isn't it? It's the way things are though these days, man. It's the way shit's going. We it's just a There's a homeless guy at Nunda at the moment who, the poor bastard, he just sleeps under the table out on that like little grassed area out the front. Yeah, man, Rocky. So I got a new car. I've got a I got a new car, and there will be pictures forthcoming. But I haven't felt like doing anything like that because I fucking like getting dumped sucked, guys. This is the first time in my life, so no. So I'd been with this girl. I think it was 2023, the start of 2023 we got together. It was after Dad passed away, but now Mum's passed away as well. She passed away in the middle of last year, and that one has really hit me. My mother is the only person in my life who has always been there. This girl was there. She's got, I mean, part of the reason we bonded. I've known her. I met her 20 odd years ago. This was the girl. I was third year uni. I was in third year uni. All right, and she was in first year uni, and she's hit. We met each other and immediately clicked. We got on really well. We were really attracted to each other. She's gone, I want to be your girlfriend. And I've ended up saying no. Get this, I've said no. I don't feel comfortable being with she was 16 at the time. Because her birthday is on Boxing Day. So she was still 16, turning 17. I said no. And there were other reasons. Like I think I've sort of mythologized that aspect of it, but it was also like, look, we're both pretty messy. Yeah, cheers, man. Cheers. It was hard. It was really hard. My mum, Dad was rough, and I do love Dad a lot, but there was always a distance between Dad and I because I didn't smoke. I was a lot closer to Mum, my mother, and her end of life process wasn't as traumatic as Dad's was, like in a practical sense. She had a will written up. Like I did Dad's will up. Like I've said before, like I think I did his will up, and it was like 5 days later he passed away. Like it was pretty fucked. Um, yeah. So yeah, I appreciate that. Mum's really fucking knocked me around. And that was the end of it as well. That's both of my parents gone in 5 years. I was at their bedside. That my voice was the last thing they heard, which is good, but fuck, man, like it's been a lot. Um, yeah, dude, libraries are the best fucking thing ever. Best, they're the they're the best fucking thing. There's no two ways about it. You you're doing all right, man. You guys are. Phil's got two kids. He's a relatively new dad as well, and it is good. I mean, also on that, like as someone who's never had kids, I've got a bunch of biological kids out there, but I've never sort of raised one. That's another thing with my partner, like or this ex girlfriend. She had kids, and I didn't. Two of them, like I really clicked with one of them. The middle girl, just I've really gotten on well with her, and that's gonna be a bit tough because I miss her. It was her birthday on Tuesday, and I was up there to, and we were going out and we went out to dinner and all of this, and then 2 days later I got told to leave, and then she got her license on Friday, and I really would have liked to have been there for that, but anyway, this is, you know, yeah, yeah, this was her. We're getting there. Um, like I say, I'm just setting my feet. Anyway, yeah, it's all the Rocky to Brisbane. Yeah, it's a big drive, but I got the new car. I probably could have done it all in one hit, but also like, see, this is what's I go. Oh, well, I've got a mate. I've got a mate here. Let's go and catch up with him. And then it all just went to shit. And I'm still. I mean, I haven't divulged any personal details about him, but fucking hell, man, it was a bit tough. I didn't. I'd. It's not a nice feeling driving out of a place at fucking midnight. Anyway, yeah, but no, it's just been a bit tough lately. I think writing is therapeutic, right? And writing, like any sort, writing seems to be the way this works and understands the world. Um, I seem to think quite naturally in terms of like a linear load of shit you can put on a page. Like it seems, like it to the point where, and I maybe it's I also suspect. I mean, you guys would both have noticed this with me. Like that was another thing that happened last year was this fucking autism. I've gone into the therapist this time last year, actually, maybe even later. I've gone in and she's immediately gone, oh, PTSD, CPTSD. Um, she's gone, oh, I don't know if I could get you on. She said there's definitely ADHD, but I don't know about autism. And then, like 3 sessions later, she was like, I'm seeing a bit of evidence of autism. She doesn't do the assessments. Like she doesn't have the resources. This is just the university. I say just the university psychiatrist. She's been great, but she's stretched thin. They're so overworked. But she's basically like, I'm essentially going down PTSD, um, you know, ADHD, and the thing with the world building, it gives, I think that's where my brain sort of just naturally migrates to, in that sort of hyperfixative sense, if that makes sense. That's so yeah, the writing helps. I mean, I'm a big journaler, but I've also got but I describe it as toxic journaling as well. That fixative, I don't want to say it's OCD, but I do tend to just naturally sort of fixate on things. And I found if I journal about the inside too much, it's toxic. It gets me wound up. The world building is like an outside thing. And I do need to foster better mind body connection. I need to lose weight and go outside and get some sun and all of this sort of shit. But after the last couple of weeks, the world building is nice to just to get. I haven't done any journaling the last sort of couple of days, but yeah, hopefully that the world buildings are health. It's I'm starting again. I'm doing it properly, but oh boys, I'm fucking I'm tired. I'm tired of starting over. I'm really. I tell you, I seem to be in this real fucking. I put a lot into my relationships, but it never seems. I don't know if it doesn't mean much, but I just sort of never seem to like do what matters, if that makes sense. Like I put a lot in, but it's that George Carlin line about like trying to fix like consumerism is like trying to solve hunger by taping sandwiches all over your body. I feel like that's like my kind of love style or whatever. Um, if if I can torture an analogy. And then I've got the season of atrocities. Okay. Yeah, anyway, I do appreciate you guys listening and you know, all of that. It's been tough anyway. Oh man, yeah, I know, yeah, and we talked about it. Like, you know, Lisa got on that night, and yeah, we talked about it. It's it's interesting. I think I don't know. I don't remember who said it, but I think it might have been Mark Manson, the subtle art of not giving a fuck guy. He was like, everyone should be in therapy. And I think there's something to it. I don't think we get to this age without there being at least some scars. And the thing that like the quote unquote therapy industry does is it gives you an impartial person who can help you out. Like, you don't always want to be relying on your family and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, thanks guys. I appreciate it. The toxic journaling, yeah, I said that because it wasn't fucking helping. It wasn't helping, and I said it to the, not this therapist, but I had a student therapist. Jeepers, was it yeah, it was the year, it was 2024, 4. Wow. God, last year was wild, guys. Isn't it funny? Yeah, I had a student. So you go to the uni and they give you you can go and see a student therapist, and he's not qualified, but he has oversight from a qualified therapist. But the good thing is it's only $20 a session, I was like, yeah, man, that suits me. And I said it to him, and he was like, oh wow, that's really, and I'm not blowing my own horn or anything, but yeah, he so clearly just like always thought of journaling as a therapeutic good thing. And I was like, man, it's not, it's anything is bad in too high a dose. Yeah. Anyway, okay, and there is that's the third bit of paper, all the red dots. So I've got it all on the to-do list. I got everything in the one spot as far as I know. I do still have some things there. I've got a little bit of stuff, but I'm not going to bother with that today. So I'll resheathe that. And then we've got all of this shite. Yeah, alright. So I think we can start getting away from all this collation and basic mapping and all of this sort of stuff. Anyway, so yeah, that's yeah, man. Yeah, Phil will we can catch up. I know we tried jacking it up a couple of weeks ago, but things have been a bit chaotic. That was the other thing, guys. I was providing the disability care. That's all tanked out, and not in a like the bloke who I'm looking after. He's a top bloke, absolute salt of the earth. But the poor bastard's funding fucking ran out on him. Actually, I'm just going to put this away. And the NDIS, it is good, don't get me wrong, but see, these are all to-do lists. Look, there's One World with the to-do list. I think that's the first one, Look, dungeon design rules, all of these sort of okay. I've got it spread out everywhere, and I'm just trying to start pooling it into one area. I don't know how. Again, it's funny. I've said to people before that I'm in therapy, and they sort of look at me and go, "Oh, I wouldn't have thought a bloke like you was in therapy." And it's like, man, like I know what I look like, but I'm all for it. And again, and I've said before, I'm a mostly straight white guy, and I'm finding it hard. Imagine what a fucking, like, literally anyone else is going through in the fucking shit show that we've created. Oh boy, Okay. Yeah, so therapy, absolutely 110%. Yeah. And again, like, I think, it's apples and oranges a bit, but like when I remember when I was looking after Dad, and there was like the social worker who was helping me, and he was very sort of defensive. Well, not defensive, but like kept on saying, "Oh, look, I'm just a social worker. Like it's up to you guys." You could just tell that like so many people had. I mean, it wasn't a trauma thing. Obviously, this was his training, but it was like he was so used to people telling him to fuck off because he was just a social worker. And I was like, mate, you're here to help me help guide me through this process. And I said it was like if my dad was only relying on me, like that's fucked for me because I've got all the responsibility of his stuff plus all of this emotional hardship that I'm going through. So like I say, that the idea that there is an impartial person who can come in and help guide me without that emotional sort of attachment is awesome. I don't nurses, I don't want to have to wash grandma's bum and stuff like that. But if someone else can come in and do that for money, then then they can go home and forget about grandma, then that isn't that a good system? Like that's what this fucking that sounds good. I mean, again, it's not perfect or anything, but it's better than they got this weird romanticized. That was the most fucked up thing about the end of life process, was that there's this weird like romanticization of like, oh, and we're all gonna be standing around grandma's bed and holding her hand as she drifts off, and we're all gonna come together. It's not like that. I've done it twice now, guys. It's not like that. I know I'm getting a little bit in the doldrums now. Let's we can talk about fucking this map. I'll run through this map once more now that I've collated a few things. But yeah, it's not. I mean, I dare say you guys aren't alien to the concept of end of life stuff. But that's been my take. Has been like this. All of this bullshit about like, everyone airing their dirty laundry and burying hatchets and, the brothers coming together and stuff. That shit doesn't happen. It might for some, but it was the absolute fucking worst experience of my life. Both of them. The 1 and 2. They were the worst experience of my life. So you need people to come in. Anyway, yeah, I appreciate the listen. Anyway, okay, let's... Oh boy. So I've got a couple of bits and pieces there. Yeah, I'll just do those, won't I? Yeah, no, we need to... This romantic idea that we're all gonna... Like, only the family should be involved, and, oh, isn't it wonderful? Nah. Bring the fucking cavalry in. Bring the cavalry in, and then you can go the fuck home. Not even like the nurses can go home and sleep well, and I can go home and sleep knowing that mum got sailed off down the river without, I mean, I was there, but yeah. Anyway, I'm sure you guys get it. It's a romanticized notion that needs to fucking die. Anyway, I appreciate it, guys. It's been a bit tough. I've collated everything, and I've noted a couple of fuck ups. The camera zooming in and out. I think you can set the focus, set it manually, and I'll reframe it and all that. I need to. I think you've made a good point, Phil, about not getting the, like, not having the zoom on the upper one. If I need to zoom, I guess I can just do these ones. So, oh, it's fucking upside down. What's going on there? Has it been upside down the whole time? Sure, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. See, that's, oh god. Set the zoom on this one a little bit more. Anyway, yeah, until it's upside down. Yeah, I think you can still set the zoom like manually. So, yeah, until it's upside down. But then maybe I can just fucking rotate the image in. Whatever. Yeah, exactly. See. Graph. So I'm assuming you mean graph versus graph. It's graph paper. But that's this. I think we all go through our grammar Nazis phase where it's like, it's actually graph. I'm at the stage now where I'm like, if you say either of those things, I know what you mean, so I don't give a shit. Yeah, the big L's. Although I love it, man. I've somehow got I've got two identical cameras. One zooms in and one doesn't. Yeah. It'll be something like that. I'll figure it out. But I mean, also, if I put it, there's also I've got a sandbag. I've got a fucking 2 kilo sandbag on the boom arm because the camera is so small that the fucking, oh yeah. I'll see if I can get the studio and the hotkey and everything. Imagine having hotkeys for two programs in the one fucking thing. I'm sure they've got it worked out. Yeah, well, it's got fucking Pretty Lady on it. Yeah, beard. Fucking, it's taken me. It's very red, Mark. You'd be proud of it. I've got brown hair on my head, but a bright red beard. Still a bit funny. Still humorous to me. I kind of like this. Maybe this is the way we go. I just wanted to fucking zoom. Anyway, every time you do it makes you laugh. Is that what we're doing? All right. So this might have been what you missed. I think I was halfway through doing this when you took off, Phil. So Razgoth the grand occlusion, as the Trailer Park Girl goes. And that's pretty much the border of the world. The catch being that, as I said, this is the only part of the island that actually touches the border of the world. The rest of it's all, there's like spanless, there's like a million horizons of sea, unknown horizons of sea between these and the edge of the world. It's a big star, pentagrammy sort of thing with a couple of islands. We've got 4 nations. We've got one on each peninsula. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 3 borderlands. 1, 2, 3. Heaven's Graveyard is in the middle. Whoever this is, they claim these 2 islands as well, making them quite powerful. The catch is that, and these guys, this nation, there is a huge island out here with something special on it, and there's a smaller island, and in the winter, the ocean freezes. That's what those black lines are. The ocean freezes, allowing passage out to the island. This big island. This smaller island is accessible year round, but that's like the guardian of the big island. So this is also the one part of the world that touches the edge of the world. That's going to have implications for the cosmology, but enough to know that this nation here, which is, let's call it, it's achieved, like, it is the dominant power in Razgoth on account of its capital city, which is right at the top there, touching the edge of the world. The nations, as I made a bit of a song and dance about it before, they're not divided by race. It's all, they're all mixed in together. The borderlands are sites of aggression. There's another little island in the end there, out in the sea there. That's like a major area of conflict. This is a sovereign nation. This is like the 5th sovereign nation. It's an archipelago way out in the sticks. There is no island in this. I want to say quadrant, but it wouldn't be a quadrant because there's 5 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, quindrant, whatever. We're learning so many numbers words today. There is no island there, but rumors persist. It's like it's going to be Atlantis or a portal that stole the island away or something like that. The seed of this was Merk Borg, the little it's the indie RPG game that won a shit ton of awards, and it had an original the original version of Merk Borg was called Dark Fort. So Merk Borg, I think it's Norwegian. Merk Borg Dark Fort. Dark Fort was like a little solo adventure. There were 5 rooms in the dungeon. You ran through the 5 rooms. It was all randomly determined, and you either won or you died. But the idea was that there was like a dark fort, like a specific dark fort where you went. And in that, I was like, oh, dark fort, okay. And then I Googled, and I could swear I Googled, like, Osborg, like, I'm in Australia, Osborg, like Australian fort, Australian Morkborg. And it turned out I could swear to fucking God that the translation was water fort or sea fort. And I was like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if there was like these like forts in the world where that were like across the water or in the water or whatever, and those were the main sites of the shit. And I was like, well, I'm going to need a lot of bays, like a lot of fjords and like a lot of water. And that's where this star thing came from. And then the islands have ended up being a bit of an extra, but they're also, I mean, they are significant, but yeah. In with all of that, so this peninsula is uninhabited. That's the last or lost peninsula. These are all like, this is all the map features that I've got to do up World Anvil articles for. This is the Lost Peninsula. It's uninhabited as far as we know. Although, you know, again, that's going to be like the free spot. Hallow is where Hallow is. They're hiding from everyone else. Yeah, it's going to be in its own little region. This sea is the shallow. That was the swampy, shallow sea that I told you about, Pete. And there's reasons for that, also to do with the cosmology of the world. And then you've got Earth Orsar here. It's the largest of the islands. It's also the furthest from the capital city up here. I had a name for the capital city, but it's also in the Cthulian sort of dialect, so it's got like a lot of apostrophes and stuff, and I need to massage that a bit. Earth Orsar, Earth Oversea, and it is the Vampires Island. The vampires are now extinct, or at least everyone believes they are, but that was the main seat of their power. The history is the broad strokes of history, and this is coming from Legacy of Kain. Mark, I mean, way back in high school, like Glenn and I were playing Legacy of Kain. If not while you were there, like really soon after you were there, we bought a copy of Legacy of Kain, and we were flat bat into it, man. It was cool. It's probably my favorite video game series of all kind and all time. Yeah, just really loved it. And it's nice to see it getting a reboot. But this is kind of my little. There's elements of it scattered throughout here. So the world was dominated by vampires, and they weren't good. It was terrible. It was fucking Ravenloft everywhere. For those of you who know Ravenloft, and it was terrible. Humans as cattle, humans as resistance. And then magically, and it was, the idea is it's 4,000. It's about 4,000 years, I think, at this timeline, or it's been going for 4,000 years, and then one day, massive starfall created the Heaven's Graveyard, and and the vampires all disappeared. And now the only place they're rumoured to exist is on Earth Orsar, over this very shallow, very swampy, mysterious sea. So that is the sort of history there, and everyone else has become a victim of Stain. Stain. So basically, the world's gone crazy. Without, I didn't want to stigmatize mental disease, so they're not crazy. It's, I don't know. This existed in Australia as well. It's a combination between rabies and demonic possession. Is pretty much what you're looking at. The ones that are degenerates are, yeah, Soul Reaver, exactly. Yeah, Soul Reaver. Which is a whole other... I was writing Soul Reaver fanfic in first year uni. And it was a huge... I've still got diaries, like, just up here that have got Soul Reaver fanfic in them. It was some of the first stuff that I ever wrote. Great series. Really, really fucking cool series. I'm taking a little bit of the history of it. Vampires were dominant. They are now not dominant. They're... how do you mean? Stain. Is stain transmitted in receptacles? Stain is... I think stain's in the air. I suspect stain is in the air, or... I think, like, each are... Like, they're each held by different powers. And they're all fucking crazy, and they all hate those who aren't stained, I guess. I'm thinking about getting a better word for it, but yeah, this is what we're looking for. But the world is dangerous. There's, like, what did I say, 10,000 people or whatever in Hallow. Hallow's a hidden city, and this is the world you're in. Well, this is the world that I'm going for. I will find the original Razgoth, and maybe, I don't know, well, actually it's around here somewhere. I got a mapping book somewhere, and it was very, very different. That's right. Yeah, the whole... Oh man, I had a whole thing with those fucking receptacles. Yeah, the cups. Yeah. Yeah. It isn't so... Yeah, it's not exactly like that, but yes, it is. They are. So long ago, Phil. Did I call you Pete before? Fucking hell, it's still... My memory's fucked, guys. My memory's all over the shop these days. Yeah, anyway, so there we go. That is... So I've made a start, at least, and this is a better map than the one that I drew. Yeah, man. Yeah, it was a thing. Glenn and I used to play it. Glenn and I used to play it, and we played... Yeah, I always mix you two up for some reason. It's weird. I do apologize. Yeah, let's see if I can get. Anyway, there's I'm glad you do. That makes one of us. Anyway, so that's the world. That's the start of the world. Here, let me just see. Is this? Are these the fucking? I mean, this. I'm trying to cover off too much, aren't I? Really, but there's Oh, actually, is that? Might be. No, they're around here somewhere. The maps, the old knowledge. I'll go and find. I used to have a fucking map hanging up on the wall. I had a map hanging up permanently and fucking. Oh god damn. Yeah, I think I want to just manually control the zoom. Might mess around with that. I want to try and run as many of these big streams as I can because this has been good. Too many P sounds. Yeah. I think it's because you might have been playing in the same game as well. Moncton. That is a fucking. Okay, come on, baby. So the other thing that I want to do. Oh man, if I could get her rigged, that's my VTuber persona right there. I think that used to be hanging on the wall. Because of course this is my whole room apart from the other half of it, which is my bedroom. So this is like my everything room. And it was hanging on the wall and it kept on falling off because I'm not allowed to put double-sided tape on the wall because it will fuck the paint up, even though I know how to get it off without wrecking the paint. And so I was hanging it up with blue tack, and the fucking blue tack dries out when you put the aircon on. So it kept falling off, and I ended up just whacking it up there. Anyway, yes, trust me, I would. That fridge has made some pretty fucking good. The fridge has made some fucking good decisions in its life. Alright, let's have a look here. Let's see what happens. Oh, come on, baby. Don't be like that. There we go. So that's what I drew. I don't think either of you were here when I drew this. This was what I drew this morning. this afternoon. Well, this afternoon. This was the first thing that I did. Here, have I got a... I mean, you can see... So you can sort of see what I'm going for. The stuff that I like about the map that I drew. So I drew this from memory. The Wonder Draft thing. Wonder Draft's an awesome program, by the way. If you don't have it, I highly recommend it. I drew this from memory. And put another couple of bits and pieces, but I like the weird little growths on the island down the bottom, and I like how fucked up this the top left. It's top left for me. I don't know if it's top left for you guys. The top left arm is... Fridge is wise. Fridge is wise. Fridge is very cool. So, I don't know. I think I might go back in and redo... I think I might go back in and redo that map to sort of take into account this. I really like what I've done here, the paper map. I don't so much like there's good parts of that Wonder Draft map, but that just gives you an idea anyway. I think I might need to tinker around with Wonder Draft a bit more. The advantage of doing it by hand is that it's easy just to pick up a pencil and draw. With Wonder Draft, you're fucking around with outline colours and ups and downs and thises and that's and all sorts of things. So yeah, it's a bit of a mission. Anyway, so that sort of brings all of that together, and we've run through. I've done. I've done almost everything like that I set out to do today. That's a pretty solid start, I think. And from here we can start getting into the nitty-gritty detail. I've done my one article just to sort of pin that, and off we go. So I think that'll do it for this, and I will be getting back on. I'm gonna try and just keep on banging this drum. I said at the start of this stream, which I don't think either of you guys were here for, but I was streaming Borderlands, but it's no one wants to just sit there and watch me play Borderlands, which is like that. In a way, that's good, because Borderlands is then fun time. That's Terraria. I don't know if you guys, like, I got one of the other boys got me into Terraria again, and I played it for about 10 minutes, like five years ago or something. And I got back into it recently, and I was like, oh, I should stream Terraria. And I don't think I will. It's not It's meant to. You got to have a fun game, right? Not a fucking. It is. It's really good. I think I enjoyed a little bit more than Minecraft. It seems to be like a side-scrolling Minecraft clone. It's quite enjoyable. It's got. I do have a soft. I think everyone's got a bit of a soft spot for Minecraft, but yeah, I think I'm more into. I think I'm more into Terraria. There's a little bit more combat. As much as I like, I do have to work this fucking thing out. As much as you never played Minecraft. Oh boy. I actually, about Minecraft, I got into it when it was. I think I bought it for like $20 when it was Mojang, and then and then I left, and it was so long that after I left, I tried getting back into it. Like, it wasn't this year. I think it was the end of last year, and I my account was so old that they didn't even have my Mojang details. It was fucking wild. And then they were like, "Oh, you just pay $45 for the Microsoft version of Minecraft." And I was like, "No. I bought this back in the day, and that's what I should own it for." Yeah, everyone fucking knows about it. It is a deep hole. Minecraft's a deep hole too. And they're fun games, but I don't know. It's that advantage of being old. Like, I think when there's a whole cottage industry around streaming and shit now, right? Yeah, boys, I might set up a schedule. I've still got. There are things that I should have done today that I didn't do, because after last week I just felt the need to sort of disconnect to reconnect. This has been quite constructive, and I'm sanding off the rough edges. I've got my little to-do list there. Hopefully next time will be a little bit smoother. The camera will be a little bit better. Yeah. Yeah, look, man. Yeah, there you go. See, the last time I played Dwarf Fortress was well before. I heard they got like a visual interface or something now, and that was it. Yeah, I don't think they had roses. I always remember the roses. I think I was playing it, and then it was like, "Oh, there are roses in Minecraft now," and it was just the red flower, and it was, "Are you fucking right, camera?" Yeah, but yeah. Look, that was another one. Glenn had what was it called? It wasn't. It was a mod of Minecraft, and it was bananas. It was off the chain. Yeah, wasn't that a big L? Fucking hell. Um, yeah, Mojang. Anyway, yeah, it's all Glenn got into Minecraft and he played this other one, and there was electricity, and you had to have the right capacitors, and you could make up like drill sites. You could like drop 4 drill blocks, and then this thing would just like run between them and just like take it down layer by layer all the way to obsidian. And yeah, Stardew Valley. I Chris, who you know, I think Phil, he tried getting me into Stardew Valley. Just not enough of a just. I mean, lovely for what it is, but yeah, just not enough of not enough blood and guts. I guess I don't know. It just, I mean, as you said before, Mark, like casual pickup and drop games for me, I was like, yeah, I could just spend hours just tending my little field, and that would be it, and I'd be happy doing that again and again and again, and done. Fucking Harvest Moon. I think that's, yeah. I don't know. What do you think about setting up a Discord server? Would we do a Discord server? Or, I mean, I'm so on the Borderlands thing, Mark. Yeah, it was good, but not having a um not being able to have the chat screen like with me. I was saying to Pete before, like my computer, you would have seen me looking down to read your chats that night you dropped in, because the computer, the rig that I use to stream for the Xbox is on the ground, and I couldn't get the. I was trying to find an app for my phone, and I had a laptop that was toasting itself, and yeah, I've got about 5 Discord servers, man. Yeah, I mean, again, the problem is the lack of granularity. I don't want my D&D. I've got heaps of servers. Well, heaps. I've got like 3 or 4 of them. But I want to set up. I like setting up permissions and things like that, because yeah, I don't know. It just. I mean, but it's also something like, I mean, if I got a Discord server invite, would that be something you guys are keen on? I mean, what I'm asking about more is, are you guys gonna? Because I know you've been dropping in and dropping out, or am I just on in the background? Yeah, yeah, that's fair enough. Well, that's why I'm asking you, Phil. I'm trying to. This is what I mean. It's no use me. I think it's a great idea, but I don't want to do it and then have no one. Do you see how the difficulty happens? I don't want to. I don't want to set it up and have no one use it, but at the same time, if it's something people are going to use and I couldn't be fucked setting it up, I'm not just asking because I love hearing the sound of my own voice, even though I obviously do. But yeah, would it be something you used? I guess is a salient question for my first two stream watches. But we can work it out. Yeah, I love Discord, but it's the same as Facebook Messenger. I've got to fucking be careful with it, otherwise I just sit there for ages fucking around on it. Yeah, yeah. Maybe sit easy on that. I'm also trying to do one thing at a time with all of this. I mean, I've got to work out the cameras, and I'd love to tinker a bit and see if I can get this the stream capture, the window capture or the display capture working properly, because I don't like how that keeps dropping out. Maybe I need to have the chat on this window on the screen, on the little screen, and have the window capture on the main display. Maybe that's how I run it. Anyway, yeah, all right, Mark. Are you heading over to WA? Is that what's happening? Yeah, I'm on a bunch of servers, but it's all for different stuff. Yeah, well, I mean that. What I'm hearing is no, I wouldn't get on Discord with you. is what I'm hearing. Maybe I just keep it. I mean, I like YouTube chat. That was another thing that made me get on today. I was like, fuck. Now you're going to sort Discord out, and then you'll spend all day doing that, and there we go with the L zoom out again. Does it do, or does it only do? Oh, see, look at this. Yeah, all right. Let's sit easy on it now. It's just, yeah, as long as you guys are cool with me being the one who talks, and you know, it's pretty good for gaming. I've used it for Borderlands a bit. Um, yeah, man. Yeah, cheers. I appreciate that. I'll message you on Messenger and see what the go is. I can move around a little bit easier now. This fucking car. So I got a high. I went from a. It's a whole like story. I got Dad's van, and I mean you've seen the van, Phil. It is. They offered me $100 with a trade in of the van to give you an idea. It is. It is a bomb. It goes hard. Don't get me wrong, but it is a bomb. Um, yeah, man. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Yeah, and that's what it's all about, right? Like, I'm not. It's not. It has been nice to catch up with both of you guys. It's been a while since I've seen you. And this is what it's about, right? Just sitting here. I like this better than sitting on the Xbox. When I'm on the Xbox, I just want to play. Not that it's annoying getting chats, but I think it's more just the fucking computer's literally on the ground. Yeah, yeah, that's the idea. You know, we've got Messenger. I know I've got a bunch of memes sitting there from you on Messenger, man, but I try and stay away from it, but I know you don't mind. Um, yeah, the car. I've basically gone from one end of the car thing, like petrol consumption wise. What are you doing? What are you doing? I feel like there's a little alien in there that's like doing the Ed Harris shit. Yeah, man, that fucking van, it's pretty great. The van, the thing is, it's expensive to run. I haven't had it serviced in like 3 years. You know, it's pretty nuts. But yeah, yeah, fucking hell, dude. Yeah, I'm the Black Wiggle. It's pretty good, isn't it? I'm gonna fucking. I need to fucking download the OBSBot software and get rid of it. I think I need it. I need this one zoomed in on my face, and I need to control this one manually, and that's it. And then back to. Oh yeah, fantastic. I nicked. It says cruel on the corner here. CRUEL, because I nicked the fucking. Nicked all the letters off the board, the beer board, the price board at the local pub one night because they were being dickheads. The fucking yeah, it's great, man. Yeah, so a palm. So there's only two. The L zooms in and out, and then and a palm activates the tracking. So that's. But I think I'm just gonna have it. I'm gonna manually do it, and then I can just. I want this one zooming in and out, but only when I want it to. Anyway, yeah, the van is fucking awesome. I do love the van. I've got a lot of time for the van, but so it was. I mean, long story short, it was costing me $220 in fuel to get from here to Rockhampton. With the Corolla I've got, I can get from here to Rocky and then like halfway back for 80. It is fucking bananas. I got the car so I could see more of my girlfriend because I knew that. I mean, that's a whole story in itself, but I was like, oh, wouldn't it be good if I could like get up here easier? Doesn't matter. I am going to see the upside is I see more of the country. I do see. Yeah, yeah, and that was before. I haven't. I mean, it's got a little bit less than half a tank left in it, which will still last me like 2 weeks. The way I drive it, I only drive a couple of days a week. But I haven't filled it up since we took another step down Gehenna Road. And I reckon it would be pushing, you're going to be getting up around $150 to fill it up. And I only fill up once a month, maybe once every 6 weeks if I stretch it, but still absolutely ridiculous. And no benefit to me. Like, I don't need a van. I'm not a delivery driver. Yeah. Anyway, so that I will be seeing more of the country though. I want to go and do some road tripping, I think. Lose a little bit of weight, do some road tripping, disconnect to reconnect, do this sort of stuff, and that's the new chapter. Start middle age. Anyway, guys, I've been streaming for 7 hours and 40 minutes. Yeah. So what I actually want to do, so when I finished school and I got accepted into university in Rockhampton, I went out west with a couple of schoolmates. Mark, you would know Chocky and Troy Slap. And so the last God, I can't. Have you heard that name from me since school, man? Because I didn't know what that meant. The Yellow Peril. And I used to call it that. And then I found out what that meant. Oh. horrible. And I know Dad didn't mean it like that, but I just thought it was a cool name. The Yellow Peril went to Sunny. Fucking, oh, it would have been like a year or two after we finished school. And apparently, and some old farmer brought it. And the last I heard about it, this was like 6, 7 years ago now. Um, Apparently the dude like did it up. He maintains it and he cut all the rust out of it and gussied it up, and it's still driving around Bundy, or at least it was back then. Like it's since I've been in Brisbane, like fairly recently. Apparently the Yellow Peril's still trooping around Bundy. I couldn't believe I used to call it that. Oh man. Um yeah. Fucking hell. I went out west after school so I could save money. We went out for 3 months to do cotton chipping to save money so I could move to Rockhampton. And we moved around Gundawindi and Inglewood and a few. It's pretty much directly west of Brisbane, and I wouldn't mind going back out there to see it because, man, those days. Hey, I thought that like life was so different back then. Not just like the world was different, I was different, my brain was different. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Um, yeah, dude. Who knows? Who knows, man? The world. If I get the money, dude, you might be seeing me because I don't know what barges are like and stuff. But anyway, yeah. Let's talk about it. 7+ hours. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Well, I mean, Chocky was the little Fijian dude, and he and I. So he ended up moving in with me at Rosedale because he had a whole family situation come up. He moved in with me, then he moved into Rosedale, and I and then he asked me. He said, "Oh, we can go out and make $1,000 a week cotton chipping on these cotton farms." And yeah, it was a whole story. It's going to be in the book. I'm going to start writing my second book. I've also made the decision to submit the first book to an agent. The agent that I want to submit she only accepts manuscripts on the first of each month. Because any other, apparently she gets something like 250 manuscripts a day, and 90% of them are written by AI. So I've got a week to figure out a cover letter and all of that sort of stuff. I tick all of her stuff, but I'm going to submit that first one. It's not, I mean, I wrote it 10 years ago. It's not amazing, but it's better than some stuff I've seen published. And the second book is going to be, I'm going to call it Leaving Brisbane, Mark, and it starts when we moved from Brisbane to Rosedale, and it ends when I moved from Rockhampton to Brisbane. So it's like, and I was 10 years in Rosedale, 10 years in Rockhampton, so it's like that journey, cotton chipping, end of school. The reason I didn't have, it's still, I don't know if it still does that. That was a couple of years ago, a few years ago. Oh, but it was still fucking there, dude. It was still getting around. This was back when Sonny and I still spoke. I haven't spoke. The last time I saw Sonny was when we spread Dad's ashes. And he hasn't but when we still spoke, he was like, "Oh yeah, no, it's still the Yellow Peril's still getting around." So I don't know if it still is, but yeah, that was still what 15 years after we finished school. So yeah, wow, fucking wild. Um, just quickly, just that last little story, the whole reason why I said I wasn't comfortable being with this last girl. So I met her, I was in third year, she was in first year. She was turning 17 and I think I was 19. And I've had people, I've said the store, I've told them the story and they're like, "Oh, that sounds a little bit silly. Like it's only 2 years difference, da 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 da." The whole reason that happened, that why I was so conscious of the age gap, was because when I was in grade 12, I was hanging out with Michael Clark, who was 23 at the time, and he was a mature age student. He was one of these idiots who dropped out of school in grade 8. He come back in grade 12 because he needed a junior certificate to get a job. He came back in grade 12 and he remembered me because I was friends with his younger sister, Kylie. She was only one grade above me, and he remembered me. He was like, "Oh yeah, I remember you," and we were hanging out. And I mean, Mark, my family life was pretty rocky, and mum and dad had split up by that point in grade. By the time I was in grade 12, so he and I were hanging out and drinking like all the fucking time, and he got a girlfriend who was 23, and then he broke up with her. And then she thought because I was hanging out with him, I was 23 as well. And she and I got on the piss one night at Rosedale, and she fucking took me to bed. And there was nothing wrong with it. Like I mean, that wasn't even me losing my virginity, and the next morning, she got up and we were hungover as fuck because we were both drunk. I've never been so drunk without passing out. And she was like, "Oh," I was like, "Oh, I got to go to school." And I got up and started getting ready for school. And she was like, "Oh, no, you mature age guys don't have to go. Like, isn't it voluntary?" And I was like, "Yeah, but I'm not a mature age student." And like her face just went white. And she was like, "Oh, oh, how old are you?" And I think it was 2 weeks before my 16th birthday. And I was like, "Oh, I'm 15." I'm pretty sure I was 15. And she started welling up and crying, and she was like, "Oh my God, what have I done?" And she was like bawling her eyes out. She was throwing up in the toilet, and I was like, because I was in the bathroom cleaning myself up, and I was like holding her hair, and I was like, "It's okay, I'm sorry," and all of this sort of shit. She was 23. She was 23 years old. And we ended up and we were never in a relationship or anything. We weren't like, she had a whole thing. She'd been a prostitute in Sydney, and she had 2 kids, and then she had to go to rehab, and that wasn't working for her, so she came up to Rosedale to dry out because Rosedale was like isolated, and she knew people there, and she was 23, and she and I just ended up like, we never had sex again, but I would like crawl into bed and like we'd do everything else, and yeah, that I had my 16th birthday while we were doing that, and like I say, we weren't ever together or anything, but you know. And I remember, like, that was the sort of shit that happened in Rosedale, right? And then I went to Rockhampton and like met normal people and was like, and to this day, I mean, Phil, you would know, like I'm still dirty about how fucked up my upbringing was, you know, and how behind the eight ball it got me. And I was like, oh shit, like that was majorly fucked up. Like she could have gone to jail for that shit. So, and that gave me a very clear awareness of like, don't touch the kiddies. You know, oh, there we go. And look, the palm came out, so the light went pink. Dramatic zoom. See? Anyway, so there we go. Yes, lol indeed, Phil. Oh my god. And that the reason I tell that story is because that is the sort of shit that is going into this book, this new book, and I think it might be the magnum opus. I think it's going to be. I'm not going to say it's like the great Australian novel, but it's going to be my contribution. I think it's got legs. At the very least, it's going to be fucking cathartic to get all of that shit out. And in the meantime, the poor girl, man. The poor girl. Because I was hanging out with the mature age student, she was like, oh yeah, he's... And if you saw me, it was so fucked up because I've seen photos of me at that age and I did not look 23. I was like a skinny little boy. That was, you know, I didn't have the shoulders and the, you know, I used to have a pretty nice ass back when I rode a pushy everywhere. My Treadly, Mark, I know you'll appreciate that. And I've seen photos and I'm like, dude, I was not. If I was like the definition of a fucking femboy if I was 23 at that age. I was slim. I had a fucking that girl's best friend had a daughter who was in grade 7 and I could fit into one of her t-shirts. And it was like a tank top on me, but I was fucking slim. I was a skinny little boy. Anyway, yeah. Fucking hell. So I don't know. It was all sorts of messed up. Apparently that same woman, the girl who took me to bed, she like lives in Logan now. There you go. That's a callback. She lives in Logan. Because Chocky stayed in touch with her. Anyway. Alright guys, we're 5 minutes out from being 8 hours on the stream. It's been constructive. There's been some story time. I think I'm back into it. I'm going to go and get maybe some food into me and have a bit of a rest, and then I'll kick off. Probably not tomorrow. I do have shit to do tomorrow that I probably should have done today, but it's not like it won't fucking wait, right? You always have time for the things that you put first. And I needed to put this first today. Thank you for hanging out, guys. I'd like to know what the delay on this sort of shit is too. I didn't even do anything that time. Is it just... It's probably just seeing my forehead as as a palm. Big flat white colour block. Yeah, anyway, I'm going to let you guys go. Mark, travel safe. Yeah, and we'll catch up at some point. Yeah, Phil, no worries, man. It's good to see you on, and I will be around. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna stick around for another 2.5 minutes, just to say that I spent 8 hours on stream. You can go if you want, but I'm just gonna tick over that 8 hours. Um, yeah, yeah, Phil. We'll suss it out, man. Um, like I say, I can get around a bit easier now. The car is nice to drive, and it's not going to cost me like driving up to your neck of the woods costs me about a quarter of my sort of, not monthly, call it fortnightly allowance these days. Um, yeah, but I have appreciated it, guys. Thank you. You are two of the. It has. I know that I'm a bit of a, like, this is it, Mark. You and I were mates. You know, when we were at school, and I don't think I realized how fucked up things were for me, and I know I used to come in and say some pretty. I still remember coming in and going, "Oh, do one of you guys want to adopt me? Because my parents are talking about splitting up," and it got to me, man. But I don't think I realized like how short of opportunities it would leave me. So I do appreciate having friends like you guys who aren't fucking nuts. That's another thing with Rockhampton. Like, all of my mates up there are just pissheads who hate their wives now, and it's very strange to not want that. Um, yeah, cool, man. We'll oh yeah. Well, I don't even know how far away that was. I've got another 20 seconds. I'm going to end this on 8 hours, guys, on the dot. Got about 10 seconds left. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for being here. I will catch up with you soon. Thanks for coming along for the ride. And I want to do more of this sort of shit. It's been good. So I'll catch up with you soon. Thank you very much for listening, guys. I really do appreciate it. And hopefully I'll get off my... I know I whinge a lot, but it's just been a year, and I appreciate you listening after all of that as well. I won't talk to anyone for the next 3 days now, so it's a bit wild. Anyway, take it easy, boys. I'll talk to you soon. Cheers.